Hey, CPL! You know what time it is? At least I hope you know what time it is. If you don't know what time it is, let me do some explaining for you. Let me do some teaching for you. Let me, give you a little bit of informationing. Let me realize that my camera's not on this scene for some reason. We'll just go right to the brackets. Forget it. You don't need to see me in that scene. We lost the music because I didn't set everything up. That's fine, that's fine. There's too much going on. I'm staged. You know what, let's get a little bit of the Brood War background music just going, just so we have something behind me. It feels weird being alone here. I'm staged, and this is CPL King of the Tiers. So, for those of you out there who may be asking, what have I got myself into? That's a really good question. I'd like to know the same thing, because I don't know where I am right now. I've got thrown into the Arctic. Anyways, though, so, let's just go ahead and explain what we got going on here. So, CPL is a place for beginners in Brood War, as well as high-level players, to get to play in a relatively competitive environment where it's free of the smurfing and leaving that you get on the ladder. As hopefully some of the cheesing, but cheesing is completely allowed. We like that. We do that. I do a little cheesing sometimes. Anyone who's playing against me, please forget the last 5 seconds. Anyways, though, so with that in mind, you know, you don't want to have a brand new player turning up against Dragon or Semi-H or like some of these really, really high-level players. So we divide them arbitrarily and artificially into tiers, and have like an internal matchmaking system and everything like that. And this is King of the Tiers, where we have taken those tiers and we have said, you know what? We need a week of downtime before we get ready for playoffs, before we really throw you guys into the true meat grinder. So let's just have a really high intensity tournament where we're going to get the chance to see what you are made of against your peers. Now, these brackets are probably not finalized. I can take a look and see if they've changed. Okay, nothing there just yet. But let's just go ahead and take a look through the rosters that we've got, and then we'll see later on as we go who we're going to be playing against. So Tier 4 is the lowest tier, which is, you know, contrary to the way the numbers work, but this means that Tier 4 players here are people who typically have just started Brood War this season. This was about 3 months ago. Saurus Empire, I know that this is a Protoss player. He's on my team, and he just started in CPL about a month or so ago, but he's been doing pretty good for himself. I like the cut of his jib. Pecan, I've played against in preseason, is another Protoss player. Solarin, I've actually seen in other RTS games as well. I think that they describe themselves as kind of like a low APM casual player, but they play Terran. And then, Melodvedd and Dead Remus. Unless Dead Remus is Dead Dumble in, Discord, which I kind of think it is. Kind of like, you know, a Harry Potter reference there. I don't know Melodvedd, but if Dead Dumble or Dead Remus is the same person, then that is also a Zerg player, I believe. So, pretty decent race split, a little bit biased towards Protoss here, from what I know. Let's move on to Tier 3 while we're getting everything moving around. Alright, a little bit bigger here. This is where I'm at. We're not going to have some of the other casters and mainstays here. I know that Manshark is also a Tier 3 player, but he's not going to be playing today. Supposedly, he had a LAN last night. But anyways, this is a stacked Zerg bracket. So apparently the brackets are finalized. We can go ahead and refresh this and see if, see where I'm going to be at, if nothing else. Alright, I'm leading off with a bye, and then I'm going to be playing against Data. So we've got ourselves a ZVZ in round, for myself. Additionally, we have iNdo and Tesla. Okay, that's going to be a really good Tier 3 game. iNdo is a very good, iNdo's a very, very good tier 3 Zerg player, and GeForce Tesla, I believe, is a really solid Protoss. I need to study this matchup because I'm terrible at it. Again, anyone who's playing against me, please ignore that. And, let's see here, Silkie versus ManiacBen. I haven't seen Silkie, but I know ManiacBen, if it's the one I think of, is a Zerg player? Might be Terran. I always confuse ManiacBen and there's another Ben player. Oh, you think Tesla's playing Terran? Okay. That means I don't need to study it because that's probably my best matchup. Again, if you're playing against me, please ignore this. ManiacBen is a Zerg player? Okay, cool, cool, cool. I wanted to make sure about that because there's another, like, Maniac or another Ben or something like that. Another very similar name that I get confused with. I get confused a lot. But point is, there's a lot of Zergs in this bracket. It's going to be a lot of ZVZs here. So let's move on to something that's going to be a little bit bigger. Here, tier 2. This is kind of crazy. We have, let's see here, 8, 10, 12 players here in tier 2. So this one's going to be definitely the longest one. And I'm keeping an eye out on the Discord as well to see where where matches are going to start and what I want to go with. But yeah, tier 2 here. Let's see here. Some of the names I recognize. McRibbed is on my team. earob, I believe, is a Protoss player. These are all people who have buys. Discovery, I've seen before, but I don't remember anything about his play. And Navane is also a Protoss player and also a caster. And then finally here, let's see here. People who are actually playing Minirennac. Ronan is going to be crazy. I believe Ronan is a Terran player this season. I think he's a tier 1 Zerg, like a B rank Zerg, but has played off race for this season. Minirennac is a pretty solid Protoss, I believe. Or is Minirennac the Zerg player and Minirennac is the Protoss? Yeah. I think Minirennac is Zerg and Minirennac is Protoss. Galen and Pop, that should be a pretty decent one. I've seen both them play. Again, I don't really remember them too well. And let's see here. Flizzardo and... yeah, I'm a Sakul. I'm a school, I'm not sure. I don't know, I'm school, but Flizzardo's a really interesting Zerg player. Really, I want to say really inconsistent, but in a good way. He's hard to predict. And then Rice Hat IJ, that's a battle of the team that I'm on. And IJ's really interesting because he can just play everything. This guy's a grinder. Meanwhile, Rice Hat's been improving a lot this season. Pretty solid Terran player. I would have put him in like the bottom of tier 2 at the start of the season, but now I think he's definitely solidly mid. So that should be a really fun matchup. If we can kibitz that one, I definitely want to see it. Taking a look at tier 1, this is another big one here. I think we've got, what, 16 players? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, yeah, 16 players here. Flash for the win, well-known on Team Liquid, well-known here, pretty good player. JJSair and Ash return, ooh, I like that one. That's gonna be a good matchup. Yakub Sklur, I think they were already getting that one as well. Let's see here. Ooh, we got Jesse and who is that? Harry Hyunsu Park. Korean player, Wish You Were Here is also what they're known as. They're a pretty good one. Yeah, a lot of the people that I recognize from Team Liquid here in Tier 1, more than I recognize them from the Discord or from playing against them or seeing them on teams. It's actually kind of interesting when you see people like this high up because it's not quite the, like, super high level Tier 0 players, they're coaches, but these are definitely really strong people. Alright, I'm keeping an eye out looking for games that are coming up to... not seeing it yet. And then unfortunately tier 0 is only going to have one series because we have Retja and Rattle Young. So again, the problem with being a high level player is it's hard to find opponents on ladder and on in any league, and that stays true here. So Retja and Rattle Young, I hope you guys have a fantastic series, but it's not going to be lasting too long. Okay. So, I'm just taking a look at the channel right now where everyone's coordinating. I'm seeing a couple of tier 4 games up. I would love to cast those, but at the same time, I feel like they're more likely to go long and delay my schedule. Or they can just go very quickly. It's going to be either or. There's, I feel like between, like, tier 2-ish is going to be the sweet spot. So we'll see if we can find anything in there. iNdo versus GeForce, that's up? Yeah, I'll go ahead and check that out. Where, what's the lobby name? Alright, let me, pop on in there, yeah. And we're gonna be playing on Polypoid today, by the way. Oof, tier 4 only has 3 checked-in players, that's rough. Unfortunately, it seems like I can't join here. Let me try it again. Battle.net sometimes a little bit fussy. I do remember that iNdo, you and I had some difficulty in hosting with each other, so it might be that the routing table isn't going to let me in on here. They have the observer slot open. This is a Battle.net problem. This is a Battle.net problem. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to join your game. I'm sorry. It's just not going to let me in. Now, I remember that when iNdo and I were playing, if iNdo was hosting, the game was really laggy, but if I was hosting, it was great. So, that's no problem. Well, rather, that's just probably what the deal is. Anyways, continuing to check out, oh, Dorkmoon and Kim. That should be good. Let's see if I can pick up that one. Are they already going? Or is it on EU, maybe? They're looking for Melodvedd and Solarin, so we can go ahead and do that one. That is the tier 4 game, but at the same time, that looks like it's most likely to be the most solid one that we can find immediately. We find their, creds real quick, where their game was. Oh, how did that happen? No. Sorry about that, folks. Hotkeys do weird things sometimes. Looking for it. Very difficult spot. 12. Got it. Looks like they're already going, unfortunately. Okay. So, not gonna find that one either. I appreciate it, man. I'm trying to find a game, too. earob versus Shafir. Shafir, let me spot where the creds are for that. There's a lot of people. A lot of people. Alright, not seeing anything yet for them. Yeah, iNdo, I'll try, but like I said before, the lobby wasn't letting you in. Or wasn't letting me in. Okay, so yeah, that one's not gonna work. Continuing to look for Shafir and earob if I can find it. There's Shafir. What's the password for it? 1, maybe? Probably not. Maybe? Oh, my... Hey, there we go. Nice. Alright, we've got ourselves a game here. Alright, so this is gonna be Shafir and, earob. Should be a pretty good one. These guys are pretty strong. Protoss versus Protoss. So as far as mirror matches go, I think this is my favorite. A lot of players really hate PvP, but I feel like this is, at least for me, because I off-race Protoss a little bit, this is probably my favorite. So, I just completely hit the wrong button here. Sorry about that, folks. Alright. No top versus bottom, but it's okay because they have nice colors. So in the bottom left, we have Shafir playing the Navy Protoss. In the top left, we have earob. I know that earob is... No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of WorstZerg, who is someone who's frequent on Team Liquid. earob, I have not seen them play. But, anyways, though, big thing about this matchup in particular is it is very dependent on the way that your... I'm gonna let's kill the scoreboard because I don't want to think about that too much. Sorry. One more time. Yeah, this is very dependent on your tech tree. Like, where you're going to go, it's a very build order contingent thing. It's a little bit like ZVZ in that way, but it comes down to when you decide to tech up to Reaver, or if you go for, like, Dark Templar, how many Zealots you choose to go for, or if you choose to skip them and go directly into Dragoons. There's a lot of potential with, like, pressure builds. There's the Bonneth build, where you kind of go for, like, I think it's 2 Zealots and 1 Dragoon before you try and macro up. But, big thing here is I'm really curious as to what we're going to get out of both of these players. The gateway timings are really similar, just slightly later for Shafir. And the gas for earob tells me that we're probably going to get a range first on the Dragoon, because he's going to be going for 1-gate cyber, I believe. We could go for a 2-gate. Yeah, that's what we're getting here for Shafir. So 2-gate's going to have a bit of a pressure advantage, and on Polypoid with First Scout, I feel like Shafir is going to have a really easy time putting some damage down there. But that's a really nice probe block from Shafir. In fact, oh my lord, really delaying this scout. But once Shafir gets in here, he's going to know that this is a 1-gate cyber that's going down here. The cyber's not started, though. We have a second pylon, so it is going to start off with that zealot at the very least. Meanwhile, we should have 2 zealots coming out here. There is a supply block for Shafir, but it's going to be alleviated very quickly. Not a long supply block by any means. Long scout, so as soon as he sees that there's nobody up here, then earob is going to know that this is a, or that Shafir is in bottom left. That scout came in too fast for it to be a cross-position spawn. Alright. So 1 zealot out, just blocking the ramp, wants to prevent this from being seen as a 2-gate. And the assimilator is coming in, but we don't have the cyber core yet. Shafir is banking for it and sets it down right now. So it's a late cyber, and he's not going to have a ton of zealot pressure. Probably 3 zealots here, maybe making 2 more when they cross the map, but 3 on 2 is not a big deal, and this should have a Dragoon coming out soon to make some safety. Alright, this probe finally scouting it. Gonna be able to make it up the ramp this time. We'll see the 2-gate. I believe he missed the zealots here, but we're gonna have basically a 3-on-3. This Dragoon should be coming out any second. And with the constricted surface area of the ramp, yeah, this is a perfect hold for earob. So this zealot, even microing it back to save the zealot. Nice micro here from earob. Gets 1 probe out of the entire ordeal, gets both of the zealots. I would like to see him take the healthy zealot and just click onto the Dragoon, but he's gonna actually send both of them in there. If you send the injured zealot after the probes and the healthy one after the Dragoon, sometimes you can force them to lose efficiency on micro. We've got some probes coming across here, but no new units here for Shafir. Getting 2 Dragoons. Alright, so that's what he's been working on here. And 1-gate Robo for earob. So this is going to be just kind of moving into fast tech. I do like taking the Observatory first, making sure that you can't get hit with Dark Templar, because he didn't get a fantastic scout early on. But the big question here I have is if we're going to see more gateways coming down, or if we're also going to get a Robo support bay for Reaver. Regardless, in 2-gate versus 1-gate, obviously the production is in favor of Shafir, and you can pretty easily sustain 2 gates of production with the probes that they have. But the question is, how long is he going to stay on there? And, like, yeah, it is not necessarily all in, but you use most of your minerals on production when you're on, like, 2-gate Dragoon with an optional 3rd. So it's just really a question of how you want to transition. Do you take an extra base with your unit advantage, or do you just try and push the limit with a third gateway? Okay. earob playing very defensive here, has the robotic support base, so he is going to be going Reaver. We probably are going to see a shuttle pop out, then a Reaver. And I like the obs here. He's going to see the very, very heavy Dragoon advantage that Shafir has. 6 Dragoons right now coming across the map, trying to keep them relatively clustered in pathing. He'll be able to pretty much crush this if he comes across. And the Nexus coming down here for earob, this is possibly the worst timing that he could have, because this is basically the opportunity to do critical damage with the Dragoon advantage. All right, Reaver did pop out. It's not a shuttle. Needs to wait for Scarabs to build, but that is going to be serious damage that he can levy. Needs to focus this down. 1 good Scarab hit on 2. Loses 1 Dragoon. Driving back, has not gotten any real lasting damage yet. 2 Dragoons down. Not even the Zealot dies. Really having a hard time with this hit and run micro. Shafir coming out very much on the worst end of this, trying to poke away at the pylon a little bit. That Reaver is still rather healthy. It's damaged, but it's healthy. Going to get the pylon. That does set up a supply block, but then this Nexus is going to finish, I believe. Setting up his own Nexus here, decides he can't finish the game yet. Shafir is pretty down in supply, but it's not critical yet. The big thing is he needs to decide what it is that he wants to do, and he's going to be going for late Reaver tech himself with 4 gates. So pretty heavy on the gateway units, but also deciding to match Reaver with Reaver. Potentially could also be for like a shuttle play to try and drop in the main with Zealots. But I feel like this is most likely just going to be Reaver on Reaver violence. And with the inertia that earob has, having taken the base earlier, having had the Reavers out earlier, I think that earob's going to be in a great position on this. However, the big thing that I'm seeing from earob is he has not actually expanded in his production at all. So he's really trying to spend all of his minerals on just probing up. He's finally going to start with these gateways now that he's got a load of surplus, but it's going to take time for that production to kick in. So it opens up another small window, but Shafir really doesn't have the unit count right now unless he can capitalize as soon as the wave of units off these 4 gateways comes out. Shuttle coming out here. It's loaded up with at least 1 Reaver. I think it's Reaver and 2 Zealots. So if he can get that to land over here, and he's got pretty good information from having the observers out there. Ooh, this is actually gonna go right over top of this sneaky third that Shafir is considering taking. He hasn't set down the Nexus yet, but he's put down a couple of pylons just to scout it out. While they're building, they do have slightly less vision, but they're gonna finish up before we get in there. Actually, I'm sorry, they don't have slightly less vision. They have full vision when they're building. That's unlike Zerg. So the pylon scouts the shuttle. It's coming in here on an intercept course. We had speed that just finished up. Dropping out the Zealot. Immediately dies to 3 Dragoons. Oh, that's a huge hit, though. 5 probes. Another 3 there. That is a lot of damage. And going to be going to the low ground. Can he get a solid hit here? Scarab, Scarab, Scarab. Oh, my lord. 18 kills. 18 pro... Oh, my... I think that was 24 total probe kills from earob. That's insane. Absolutely demolishing the economy of Shafir. So now Shafir needs to either take this third and really turtle up, or he's got to go, because the longer this game goes, the more that economy disadvantage is going to cascade. He really needs extra probe production, or he really needs to push now. But if he pushes, there's 3 Reavers rip-roaring and ready to crawl all over this engagement. This is a tight choke point. There's Dragoons already pre-concaved. This is going to be rough for Shafir. I do not like this man's odds. Setting up on the pylon here. The pre-split dropping out the shuttles. Decent shots from the Reavers. One Reaver out there. The micro from Shafir is insane, but he loses the shuttle, manages to drop out before he loses everything. But there is nothing left. These Reavers for earob are just eating up the Dragoons. We're going to be seeing a GG any moment here, I think. Just from the hold. earob has barely crossed the map with anything but a shuttle. But my lord, was that shuttle damning for this game. A 40 supply advantage in favor of earob, and now it's time for his victory lap. Crossing over, setting up the Nexus here as well. Nice little bit of multitask. He's just going to go ahead and try and finish this game off. I do like the just scattered pylons all over for Shafir, though. Getting a little bit of extra vision that's actually going to slow down this push. He's not willing to go into the choke. Instead, setting up the Scarabs on the drop here. These Reavers find more damage, and Shafir says, I'm done. I can't do it anymore. Good game to earob. Those Reavers are nasty. All right, I believe all of these are just best of one, though, so that means that earob in Tier 1 will be moving onwards. And Shafir down to the lower bracket. Gonna have to see how that one goes. Now, Dada, because everyone else is already playing, do you want to get our game in, or do you want me to try and hunt for another round? All right, we're going to go ahead and get my own game up there. Hopefully it's not too whack. I'll go ahead and make... We're on... this is round 2, so I guess we're on Eclipse. Let me triple check the pins here. Yeah, this is Eclipse. All right, you need 2 minutes. We'll take a look at the... We'll take a look at the bracket, and I'll get this set up while we're going. All right, though. But still, all right, so out of this, we see that Yakub has beaten Sklur. Sklur is a absolute Protoss killer, but Yakub is probably one of the strongest Tier 1 players we have. Additionally, Flash for the win took down Anto, and we should be seeing the... let's see here. Let me get the refresh going. All right, we already have people seated down there, so the layout's a little bit broken, but that's okay. Anyways, though, let me just try and fix that up real quick, get that out of here. Okay. Yeah, we should be seeing the report then for earob and Shafir coming in any moment. Let's check on the other brackets, too, while we're here. I'm trying to create data, but my game is freezing. Also, Thrive is looking for you in CPL in the Brood War channel. Okay. Unfortunately, I have the proxy bug, but hopefully it won't be a bad connection. The channel is, or the game is staged /1, by the way. Okay, in the meanwhile, let's take a look at some of the other tiers. So, we have not gotten any report yet for Tier 4. Definitely a good thing that I didn't take that game then. Alright, we have Tier 3, where I'm at. iNdo over GeForce Tesla, and WorstZerg Bavaria over TNT. WorstZerg Bavaria is, I think he's, like, almost C tier. He's pretty stinking good as far as Zergs go, I think. So, I am very unsurprised to see iNdo moving on, and WorstZerg, I like this guy's play too, so I think that he's I think he's gonna go far. I'd love to see him and iNdo play as much as everyone hates ZVZ. Let's see here. What do we got? What is GeForce doing in Tier 3? I don't know, Rice Hat. He's a pretty good player, but like, I don't know. He's also gotten beat up and knocked down by iNdo, and the bigger question is, what's iNdo doing in Tier 3? All of these guys are absolute killers. All right, have we taken a look at Tier 2 yet? Okay. Learning Terran weakness. I feel you, GeForce. All right. So IJ took out Rice Hat. Oh, I want to know how that game went. I'd love to see the replay. Flizzardo over Skull. I like. Oh, you made. Yeah. Well, go ahead and try and make because I'm on the proxy bug. But anyways, though, so we got Flizzardo over Skull. Again, Flizzardo. I thought Flizzardo was tier 1. Now that I think about it, I really like him. And Ronin saying he's 100-0 over Minirennac. Just a bit of a misreport, but I love it. Okay. Hopefully I can get into a game with data. I hope I don't get the proxy bug. Okay, checking out. Ooh. Okay, hopefully it lands okay. Alright, anyways, I apologize if we don't get too great of commentary during this. I'm going to be focusing on my game and not on yapping. And Data, if you're still here, you're a bad person. Get out of my stream. Somebody ban this man. Somebody ban this man. Hey, Data. Oh, he's gonna knock me out so I can cast. You know what? All right. Let's have a good time, everybody. This is gonna be a clown fiesta. All right, lock in, lock in. So if there's one thing that I know about Data in particular, what in the name of Blue Blazes is going on here? Okay, a little bit laggy, but not too bad. If there's one thing I know about Data, it's that he doesn't do well in long games, so I do have a Zerg build that tends to go long, floating around, but also not gonna bank on that. I think I'm gonna go for, like, overpool into 3 hatched slowlings. Not a great build, but one that's actually kind of hard for people to counter. Just because it can get really, really high larva count very quickly. Watch him just try and 4-pull me. That'd be funny. Okay. No sense in trying to optimize that. Pulling it over. Come on. Thank you. A little bit late on the pull, but not a huge heal. One more. Yeah, the trick on this is you actually don't take gas for quite a while, and it feels so bad, except for the fact that you just kind of turtle up pretty hard. My big question, though, is he going to go for, like, one base layer? That can mess this up, but there's also a pretty good timing where you just take your gas, get speed, and then continue mining. So, should have good larva here. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Man, CDZ on Eclipse. This just feels horrible. Alright, Rice Hat's commentating on his channel. I'm looking over at chat when I should be focusing on my game. Alright. And let's go ahead and grab one more hatch over here. We're going to SimCity it up. This is pretty much ideal. Hey there, buddy. You want to party? Alright, next thing I get needs to be a Overlord. Because I'm gonna have a lot of drones coming, or a lot of larvae coming up soon. Nice. Microing slowlings never feels fun, but I'm not too concerned about that. I'm just gonna have overwhelming numbers. Alright, I can get a little bit of drones so we can get a sunken down. And I kinda don't care at this point, like... we're just gonna have so many numbers here. Oh, lost one, unfortunate. Okay. This is pretty good. This is actually great. Okay, now let's go ahead and grab that gas. Get a couple of drones here. That way we can actually start mining here, take advantage of the value that we have out of this. And I need another Overlord. My Overlord's in the wrong spot. That's not good. He's definitely going for Muta. He's definitely going Muta. And again, he went speed pretty early. Okay, let's just grab a Evo, because it's pretty obvious at this point that, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. This is really, really solid. Okay, we get speed coming out here. He has Spire, so I need to get creep colonies down now. And as long as I can mine through this, I'm okay. Oh, I don't have the minerals for that. Okay. Back over here. I am a little poor. And that's unfortunate. Yeah. More than a little bit poor, but pretty okay as far as my setup goes, I believe. I need more drones. And I need to be able to spot over the cliff here. That should supply block him as well, which is great. Right, that's really annoying. Okay. Evolution complete. Our forces are under attack. Okay. Let's go ahead and take these guys out here. Let's give them a little bit of pressure. Not a big deal, just a little bit. And one right over here, that's good. And swing it right on back. All we want to do is get to the point where I can actually start making things again. Which, I thought I had another Overlord coming, but maybe it's the general lack of effort. Oh god, why do I have so much gas? I need to come off of gas. No wonder I'm so flooded. Okay. This is a disaster, but that's fine. It can be a disaster and I can still win. So at this point, it is definitely the case that he is... Oh my god, really? Okay, that's really annoying. I can't actually transfer between my bases. Okay. We're just gonna go for Hydras here. 3-hatch Hydra is, like, actually a thing. It's not good, but it is playable. And he's going for the expand here. I've actually pulled him off of my own everything. And I should be able to get a little bit of damage on drones. Not too much, just like enough to spook him some.
Yeah, a little bit of disruption. Good drilling, but I think he actually just hurt himself. I think he targeted himself. Okay. And that should buy me enough time, actually, to get a transfer out here. Yeah. Now I can genuinely... I thought I... Okay, sure. We're gonna go for Hydra range because of the fact that right now I'm not thinking about mobility, I'm thinking about being able to pick things off. Out of money again. This is not looking good. So yeah, at this point, I do not feel good about my prospects, but I believe that I have the ability to fight back. He has to micro those the entire time to hit the drones instead of the Hydras or spores. So again, that's not bad. I think it takes... Let's actually get some armor here, because it's going to take him a lot of mutas to be able to one-shot a Hydra. And that's the big thing that I want to avoid at the moment, is him one-shotting my stuff before I have critical mass. In the meanwhile, let's go ahead and just pop out again real quick here, see if he's gone for his third, because he does have map control. Yep, third is coming up. See if we can take that down real quick. That's enough lings to be able to do a lot of damage very quickly. Oh, beautiful. Kill the drone, kill the drone. Nice! Perfect! Love it! This is exactly what I wanted for my birthday. Thank you, Santa Claus. Go ahead and pop on in here. I don't know why I made those lings. It was just kind of like a reflex, I think. One more OV. I do need to go lair, but at the same time, just kind of... I've lost to this style before. It is very, very, very frustrating. I do need to just kind of stay turtled up for another moment or so, though. I can't afford to go out just yet. But stopping him from taking expands is important and really useful. We're gonna just go ahead and scout it again because we know he wants it. And now let's go ahead, set that up. One more here. What do you got? More muta? Okay. So you're going into the main. You saw me crossing. But I am a crossing guard. I also have speed finish, or Hydra speed finishing up, and I have armor. Go, 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 go! Yeah, we're gonna take it. Okay, so we once again stopped him from getting that. That's awesome. And even though, yes, I am losing lings on this, like, I'm preventing him from getting the advantage that he really wants. Armor is almost done. I think I try and move out on armor and, like, 2 or 3 control groups of Hydras. Because that will be a critical mass that's pretty hard to beat up on. We'll also go for a little bit of Lurker, I think. It's not, like, that great, but at the same... no, I don't want Lurker. I do want Spire just to be able to, get... whatchamacallit? What are you doing? Get some Scourge. Potentially deal with his ball of Mutalisks. And let's go ahead and check out for one more time here. and see if he's going for his third. I am pretty dang poor.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, so yes, he has taken his third. Let's get another cluster of Hydras, and let's go with a big ball of hopefully end the game. Let's get over here. I need more drones there. And I think I want to go for the third. I'm not entirely certain of the best place to attack. Should also make a quick check over here, make sure he's not taking fourth. Nope, okay, he's not that insane. Oh, he's got lurkers. Okay, so he did move up that way. And that means he's probably got lurkers over here as well. We can at least hit some of these overlords, though. Yeah, this is a lot of damage that we can get on that. Just pull back a little bit, try and get some damage up here. Focus, back out. Overlord come in here. Good timing, good locationing. Getting a ton of damage out of this, actually. This is crazy. I thought I killed that. Guess not. Okay, that's not good. Back it out. What are you? Another Hydra. Okay. I have plenty more where that came from, I think. Just shift click there. It'll only do the ones that aren't mining. Okay. I should have gone for the third with some lings while I was... Well, then again, I don't know if he pulled his... Let's go ahead and try and set up my third. Get a couple of mutas here, be able to go after.
Our forces are under attack.
Got all the lurkers, though. That's the important part here. Get in, focus these. Okay, stay back, force him to surface.
Our forces are under attack.
Back it out again. Out of overlords. He has +2 armor on his mutas. Care about them. The big thing here is still off all of these drones. That's insane. And now we can come up here, try and crush. That's great. Holy smokes, I'm actually doing it. I'm actually doing it. This is crazy. Let's not actually overstay our welcome here.
Our forces are under attack.
Just back it out. Kinda don't care. Whole point of this is just to force him into a situation where, like, all that he can do now is, I need to research lurkers. So I've taken out a boatload of drones, like, all over the place. Unless he's got a extra base over here, I think I'm in great shape. Quick check over here. Back it out. Want to be able to harass, harangue, and just generally be annoying. I saw something up there. I think it was just a overlord, maybe a drone, but okay. And I need another hatch. Yeah, this is working way better than it should be. I'm kind of shocked, honestly. Okay. Need another upgrade here. Let's get a couple of overlords moving forward so we can do that. Quick check over here, make sure you don't have anything. Check back at the third. He's gonna try and pull back into lurkers. I'm not stupid. Yup. Very much red. Let's also go for Hive. I think I can just Guardian him if, worst comes to worst. Nope. And then back out. We got a couple of lurkers out of that, which is pretty good, but we don't want to overstay. Now I have a better concave and superior numbers. Focus down the lurkers fast. Nope, back out again. This is not worth. This is failing.
Our forces are under attack.
Oh, hello. Use them up here. Boxers, Immortal Marines go. Game? Oh no, come on, dude. Tell me that we're not gonna... Tell me it doesn't end like this. Who's even ahead? Who's even ahead? What is this? Tell me. There's no shot, dude. This is a 20-minute ZVZ. I think it's if a Zerg versus Zerg is over 15 minutes long, then it just kind of breaks. That's ridiculous. I'm in his DMs right now. I slid into Data's DMs. I got no idea, dude. I'm on 86 supply. I'm on three bases. Like, I feel like I'm ahead. I mean, we could remake, but that's a 20-minute game to throw away. Oh, dude. I mean, it tells me I won. It tells me I won. I'm kidding. I don't know. Let me check the replay. So at this point, at the very end, when it drops, you're about 15 supply down. 10 supply down. I can't do math. Yeah, this was cursed as all hell. Yeah, so I mean, I'm like, yeah, it's so close. Oh, God, dude. Yeah, all right. Let's roll another. But now you know what I'm gonna do. That's how iNdo beat me with this bullshit. Yeah. It's horrible. It's genuinely horrible. Yeah. Man. Dude, that was way more intense than it had any right to be. 20-minute cursed-ass ZVZ. Yeah, I know what you mean, Bread. I was intending on just running, like, hard slowling, but the, ling count that I had versus what you had, I was like, there's no way it's gonna work. Alright. Let's hope. What was the password on this? Oh, shoot, I don't remember the password? 7, okay, gotcha. I'm leaking passwords out here, man. Man, what a trip. I think I'll do something a little bit less pants on head this time. Actually take my gas at a reasonable time and maybe actually... Oh hey, I prefer this spawn anyways though, because mineral boosting's easier. A little more APM intensive, but like, I don't mind that.
Require more minerals.
I'm not a fast player, but I can be a speedy player.
Require more minerals.
I've been getting this, like, not important. Basically, I have an excuse if I start losing and it's my fault. Alright. 9 hatch, I think, is what I'm gonna go with this game. I feel like 9 hatch is good. I always like 9 hatch. I missed the boost. I wasn't looking. Okay, sure, whatever. One more. Take you, I think. Hatch right over here. Need to get... So a little bit larva inefficient at first, but you can make it work. Should try considering like a variant with extractor trick, I think. Go OV, and then pull next, I think. I do this on ladder all the time, but the problem is I never remember my build from game to game.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Okay, and then next thing we do is gas. Should be like right now. And then after this drone, we stop droning. Oh. Okay, we are done boosting because everything started shuffling. Next larva wave has to have an overlord. There it is. Okay. We are golden. And I think I go speed before lair here because the big trick about this is we have improved larva. Like a superior larva count. Should have gotten speed started there faster, not paying enough attention. Okay, next time I'm at 100 gas, we go for... Where's my extra ling here? One of them just disappeared. Weird. Okay. And pull 1.
Require more minerals.
Check down here. Okay. You are not mining gas. This is 9 full speed, I think. Yeah. The good news is if I make it in, I'm gonna have a crazy-ass concave. The bad news is I have to make it in.
Our forces are under attack.
And I think I'm just losing every... Yeah, this is GG. Ah! Oh well. Missing the lings as they were crossing the map was pretty brutal. Oh well. What can you do? I should have noticed that and, like, pulled back immediately because I saw that it was 9 full speed. But hey, now we get to actually cast some games! Or potentially run into loser's bracket, we'll see. Alright, so let's take a look and see how things are going. Tier 0, still nothing? Let me quick check on the refresh. Yeah, nothing. No, you made the right call. You made the right call. And you made the game fast. Alright, so going onwards here, we've got Flash for the win being the first one into round 3. We got a tier 4 TVP. Alright, Pecan, what's the game name? Well, first off, let me check and see if I have to play again. Loser of 4, loser of 6. That is 4, so I have a game that's already queued up. I apologize, I'm gonna have to go ahead and pick that one up. So it's gonna be more of me playing, I believe. Sadness. Okay. So, I guess this is losers round 1, which would technically be round 3. So, what's the map here? Knockout. Alright, I like Knockout. I like Terran. Hopefully this isn't a issue with the proxy. I am getting the proxy bug still. Alright. Silkie! I'm up against Silkie, and this guy's a Terran. I love Zerg versus Terran. You're gonna get to see me absolutely spastic, more so than I already am. Let's take a look, though, while I'm waiting for this to go up.
So in Tier 4, Solar managed to take down Mellow. That's I'm proud of him. I know that he's been really grinding away. He's been having a tough time this season, but getting better. Let's see here, Tier 2, Ronan absolutely crushing it there. Seems like off racing isn't enough of a nerf for this guy. Took down McRibbed, who's down in lower bracket and has a while to wait. IJ over Rennick. Flizzardo and Pop, that's probably ongoing right now. That's gotta be a good one. Who knocked down Flizzardo? Discovery knocked down Flizzardo. Ooh. Hey, Mello. Okay, so I'm getting the proxy bug I can't make. We've got to let Silkie run it. And let's see here. So looking on more in Tier 2, Galen against Rice Hat's going to be coming up. I feel like I'm going to give that one a slight edge to Galen, but not an overwhelming edge. I think that Rice Hat's a pretty good player, and he's been getting way better. I think that's I think Galen's a Protoss as well, and I know Rice Hat's been really grinding out his TVP. For those of you who are just joining, we are going to be seeing me play in just a minute, but we're looking over brackets still, trying to figure out where things have been while I've been in this 20-minute fiasco with data. Am I on the right server? I think so. Yeah, I'm on US West. That's F2. Not seeing the game that I'm supposed to be joining here, so, just have to keep on waiting, I guess. Games I'm planning to cast, we're just going to be kind of bouncing around in terms of what's live and what I'm able to get into, because it's all like everyone's playing at the same time, including me. So if I don't have a game coming up, or if I get knocked out, then I'm going to just grab whatever's live, or we'll wait and look at the brackets, you know? Alright, we're gonna switch over to EU. Don't mind the names of my accounts, they're quite silly. So the downside to this is, ping's a little bit spicy. So, it means that, unfortunately... Okay, ping's leveling out a little bit. But, if the ping is bad, then it's gonna make Muta Micro a little bit harder. But then again, this is Eclipse. Why not just 9-pull them? Let's be real. Why play a real game when you can play a 9-pull? Because he can scout me, that's one reason. But, why play a real game when you can play a 9-pull? A little micro optimization, not really all that important, but at the same time, still makes me feel like I'm doing something good. Another micro optimization, again, not important. I've probably lost more time with my split than I'm gaining with pulling my larva to the left side. But again, it makes me feel like I'm a special boy. Alright. Pretty bog standard opening here, except for the fact that, yeah, I'm gonna 9-pull this boy. You think the optimizations are important when you're 9-pulling? You know what? That's probably actually correct, but... Okay, we're gonna go ahead and fix you.
It's not the best, like, optimal patch, but it is more optimal than where it was. Lost a tiny bit of time there. We're gonna look for Extractor Trick off of you. And we need to find a Overlord now. I made one. Game, would you please get with the program? You would usually scout, but I don't need to scout because I already know that, I know where you are, and I don't care what you're doing. I'm sending links. You have another ZVZ data? Oh man, I feel so bad. At least he's probably not going Hydra. I apologize too. You need to yell at Esk. You need to yell at Esk like very, very badly. Because the reason I did that is, in regular season, Esk was saying to anyone who was playing against you, just make the game go long, because Dada's hands can't handle long games. I kid you not, like, he actually said that. So you need to yell at him about that game. I don't care. You can come on in. You can do whatever you want to here. I'm just ready to party. Cool. Now, if you clog your ramp, then you know what's up. If you don't, you might still know what's up. Not clogging your ramp, but you're clogging this, and you didn't manage to get the hold position. Oh, you poor little soul. Welcome to the pain train! Now, the trick about this is, I don't even need to go in there and, like, make crazy damage happen. I just have to chase around everything and prevent you from ever getting any surplus of Marines.
All forces are under attack.
Why don't you come back here? Because my whole trick about this, actually, is all I really want to do is impact your economy so much that when I go Muta, you are so behind and have no idea of what timings look like. That is really my entire, like, prime goal out of this build. I have one too many drones on gas. Let's just throw down a spare hatch, get a... Yeah, this is fine. Dude, what are you trying to do? Why are you... Why? Who do you think you are? Yeah, I'm nowhere near all in. What are you doing? Hi, it's another Marine. Do you think that that's gonna be all that useful right now? Nice body blocking there, buddy. Really good. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. I'm bullying. Well, let's take a 50-50 guess on which one's going to be the one the Marine comes out of first. And now, from over here... Hi there. I thought I had an Overlord coming. Guess not. There it is. We had multiple Overlords coming. I'm not on lair. Okay, well, this is a fiasco for everybody involved, and honestly, that's exactly what I want. The more chaotic the game goes, the better it is for me. That's my working theory, anyways. I should be making drones instead of Zerglings. What am I doing with myself? Let's just throw down some speed, because why not? I am, like, so incredibly far ahead, it's not even funny. And sure, do you want to come out of here? Oh, he's got him synced up now, at least. That's pretty good. Yeah, this is just bullying. Lair's almost done. No. You are not allowed to have anything nice. Sorry. It's just the rules. I just attack my own shit. Yep. Go here, get me some more drones. I am not multitasking well at all, but I am making this guy regret his life decisions. He doesn't have any Marine in there. That's really funny.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, that's funny. What a game.
All right.
Oh. All right. So,
Let me go ahead and mark my score on that real quick because that was silly. I'm going to Brood War Hell in a handbasket, but at the same time,
I 9-pulled, and my multitasking was bad, but even more than that, I just kind of did a lot of focusing down of Marines and a lot of making people things that would make people very, very upset the whole time I'm talking trash. Because my plan was just, okay, we're gonna go 6 lings, get some more drones, get an advantage, and then go muta. But, I didn't need to, and my multitask was bad anyways. It was just all ling micro. Okay. Anyways, I've got message requests out all over the place. Okay. I have a game against Minirennac coming up. Let me see if he's available. This is probably my worst matchup. Versus Protoss. Yikers. Oh, iNdo versus iNdo, you jackwagon! You're the one that knocked him down to play against me. But you know what? I would rather this than playing against you. Because you're way too damn good, man. You make me angry. I don't forget that loss that I took against you. I don't forget that stupid Hydra build. That's what I did against Dada, and I had him dead to rights until he plug pulled at 21 minutes. I might have had a little too much coffee today. All right, Mini, let's go ahead and get a game going. I'm gonna see. I'm on EU right now because yeah, we were having some troubles with the game. Let me go ahead and see if I can make one or if it's still gonna proxy bug me. It gave me the old plug pull. All right, so round 3 is probably on Polestar, I think, because that looks like it's round 4 technically for both of us. So let me go ahead and see if I can make. I know. I promised to cast games, and now it's just all I can do is keep playing. All right, I do have proxy bug, but if you are able to join Minirennac, it is staged on US West. So my plan is if I get a break, which doesn't look like it's gonna happen because there's people ahead of me, then I'm gonna be casting, and if I don't, then it's gonna be until I get knocked out, and then I'll go ahead and cast. But Minirennac, I promise you, Minirennac is gonna win. So we have our game going. We have me
gone away and getting ready to leave, because this is going to be my last game, I think, in terms of playing. All right, Polestar. Polestar, Polestar, Polestar. Counterclockwise expand, clockwise scout. Would you please be a little bit better about your life decisions? And again, I'm playing this game, so I think I should take my own advice. Okay, not too bad. We are doing the thing. We are doing the scout. Minirennac, if you're still in my channel, you're banned. He knows what I'm doing. If he's in my channel, I boosted that. This game's a liar. I don't know what my voice is doing today. It's, I don't usually sound like that. I got really scared of that Kakaroo. I got really scared of that Kakaroo. Which is even funnier because there's a Street Fighter player whose handle is Kakaroo. And he's really, really, really good. And if I saw him, I would also be afraid of him. Okay, you are my pool. I know you don't look like it, but I promise you will look like it soon. There you go, you are now a pool. First spawn forge expand. So you are most likely over there. And you are gonna make my life very unhappy because you think you're cute. That has nothing to do with why you're going to make my life unhappy, but at the same time, I feel obliged to talk trash about it. Because, let's just face it, you're probably not that cute. Or maybe you are. I've never seen you before. Why did I take that back? I should have used that to scout. Okay, you are now a scouting pro. Get over here. I'm a little bit brain off. Oh, okay. So, get over here. We're gonna fight you 2-on-1. Couldn't quite get it. Gonna be a little bit late, unfortunately. Nope, there. Perfect. Okay, that's good. It's not great, but it's good. A little bit late on the lings, but I need to get the scout out now. Next thing is my next drone should be gas. And this is definitely Forge Expand. Should have only been 4 lings, but we can make do with that. And I need my third, like, nowishness. I'm actually late and running out for it. Ooh, almost got you. Come on, I clicked the mini-map, that's a mistake. I lost track. Oh, there he is. Hello. Oh, come on, one more. 2 more, actually. Got him, yeah! Wait, you're not over here. You are over here, I'm just stupid. Okay. Let's just check and see what you got going on, because you're not making it out. You're not done yet. You have not even started yet. That's a mistake. This is bad juju. This is my worst matchup for a reason. It's just really hard to handle the everything that you have to do. Okay, so gas coming down now. Nope, don't need to be there. I think I have one too many on this base. Do I even... I don't have an Overlord coming. Holy smokes. At least you're chasing me around some. It's not a huge advantage, but it is worth noting at least. Do you only have one? Okay, you're also using a probe for that. I should be going Hydrogen, like, now. I'm already late on it. Okay. What is... Drone count is off and also not well split. I see what's going on here. You go over here. optimize as best as we can. That. We're just looking for upgrades right now. What are you doing? Me an Overlord. I think I'm slightly overdroned. In fact, I know that I am. Yeah, definitely overdroned. What we'll do then is go ahead and preemptively make a hatch. Even though it kind of breaks the build order, the idea here is just that I'm still on slowlings. I can't do that. Maynard.
Require more minerals. Require more minerals. Require more minerals.
Come on.
Require more minerals.
Money is very, very, very tight. Way more than it should be. How many am I on here? 8. Go ahead and Maynard one more over. It's going to be inefficient for a temporary period of time, but I need everything I can get right now.
Spawn more overlords.
Okay. Oh. This is actually just he's using it to buy time. And so I shouldn't be responding to this, but I am impulsive and stupid. And he's not going to... Okay, he's actually around here.
Require more minerals.
Range is almost done. When that's done, we go. Let's go ahead and re-rally. Got the Corsair. He's got... Alright, he's throwing down... Okay, I can transition out of this. The idea now is, gonna go ahead and just start my transition. Because he's going to be expecting 973, and that's what I am doing, but we're not going to continue reinforcing it. Try and break the forge if I can. Fine. Back it up just a hair. Why are you guys suddenly not attacking? What the heck? Okay, just kill that off so that it doesn't, screw with my AI anymore. What is going on? Brood War has the best AI of any game ever. I promise you. And now we leave. Joke's on you, buddy. I have a whole bunch of drones that I wasn't mining with. Joke's on me. My multitasking is not good. I needed an extra hatchery as well. Get over here. This is actually a pretty good choke point, I think. The vitamin. Let's go ahead and run around a little bit. Beautiful. Oh, that's looking fantastic. Nope, nope. I control clicked. Thank you. Okay, so now you have, like, locked up your front super hard, which is kind of what I was hoping for anyways. I need more gas, and I need just more drones everywhere. I thought I had made a hatch over here, I guess not. Okay. So now he should be... Oh, I need Evo. Also, let's pop the sunk down real quick there. Let's get speed. I'm late on that because I decided that I wanted to do some cheeky shit. And now we have the ability to get Scourge if we need to. I need to scout him soon. He has his +1 done. He's working on +2. Okay, sure. That's Hydra, or not Hydra's, High Templar. Get this gas here. Actually have you go back to main. Working on you. 4th base. Moving. I need another hatch. Need a hive. We're just gonna go Ling and Overlord. And I just realized I don't have Overlord's speed. That's the one thing that I just skipped over entirely because I'd stopped thinking. Only the Hydras, please. You. Get under here. Spread it a little bit better, and I'm going to need a lot more lurkers than that. I need a second Evo. We're gonna go ahead and set the vision here. Hive is coming. Check over here, see if he's taken it. Why am I doing that? I don't need this. That's basically just for Scourge. Which I should make a couple of, if nothing else, than to scout. Why? Are you being stupid? Okay, cool. He has observers, most likely. Back it up. Yep. Snipe the observer. Good. Back it out. He has a second observer. Just leave.
All forces are under attack.
Make lurkers. Make lurkers! No Overlord speed is actually going to kill me.
Forces are under attack.
Can I come out here, please? Oh my god, I can't click on anything. He's definitely over storming, but does it matter when he has this many units? I don't know. Chill here for a moment. I'm losing Overlords because I don't have speed. I am doing a good job of spending everything. That's because I don't have anything left to spend. I thought I had you here. Back in here, please. Pretty good. Pretty good control overall. Like, not great, but pretty good. That's fine. Try and get some chase down if we can. Nothing too crazy, nothing too aggressive. Yup. Back into the lurkers. I have no freaking money. See if I can cut him off from behind that. Upgrades are almost done. scouting pass. Thought I had made overlords. Well, I probably did and just don't have enough. Okay.
You require more minerals.
I need minerals more than I need gas right now. Cannons. Ton of gateways.
All forces are under attack.
Okay. And ton of cannons not there. Okay. I need more lurkers. Probably the worst place to make them, honestly, but I don't know what else to do. I feel like I'm going too hard on gas. This is just such a hard matchup for me, and I don't even know why. I think it's just because I don't really understand it as well as I ought to.
All forces are under attack.
Try and put some sunkens here just for the sake of buying moments. Not going to buy a lot of time, but it will buy a non-zero amount of time. It's going to be coming around to here, I think. You go back over here, back it up. I've lost some units here that just lost track of. Try and get around to the back of this if we can. Fuller surface area. Get in on this as much as we can. You leave because, well, you're not going to do anything. Okay, you have JJSairs there. And, of course, I'm all crowded up into one area that Storm just absolutely murders. And, yeah, I'm going to lose this third because I can't hold it. Because I just don't know how to make enough lurkers, apparently.
All forces are under attack.
Oh, I haven't been making out of this at all.
All forces are under attack.
Macro is so fucking hard. I hotkeyed you. Why are you not hotkeyed? Get over here. God.
All forces are under attack.
Yeah, this is it. GG.
Hey, the good news is, that means we can, go ahead and, fucking cast some games. Whew. All right. My hands are freezing. But let's take a look and see if there's anything in any of the channels that are up and live. Let's also see where we're at too. So tier 0, hey, we've got Retja won that. Best of 5. About all you can say about that. Okay, moving on. Yeah, pretty impressive. Like, both those players are super strong, but when you're... One of the things that's really hard to understand when you're learning a game or when you're not, like, top tier is how astronomical the difference between people at the top can be. Because you're like, oh man, you know, all of them can just whoop my ass with their hands tied behind their back. And then you realize, like, oh, yeah, even when I'm that good, they're still this much higher. It's crazy. Anyways, though, so where are we at right now in tier 1? I'm keeping a
keeping a lookout. We might do data the same as Rice Hat is, because there's no other games on right now that I'm seeing, no fresh games. We've got Jesse and Dark Moon that's going to be a thing that people are waiting on. That might be one that we cast if we can get in on it. I think that's actually going on right now. It's hard to see because it's at the bottom of the page. Yeah, Anto's waiting on that. So we might just go ahead and pick up the remnants of that, if it depends on how long it's been. Let's see here. Let's go on to the other tiers. Flash for the Win actually said he's going to be dropping out because his keyboard is having issues. So it means that Anto's going to be moving, like, right on through. So, well, not necessarily Anto. Anto or the winner of Jesse versus Dark Moon on the lower bracket here. Ziggy and Return's going on right now. That seems like a pretty good one. And then earob is waiting for the winner of Yakub and JJSair. If we can get that one live, that's going to be really fun as well. earob's that Protoss we watched at first. Yeah, that's what's going on right now, Data. He's waiting for those two. But let's see. All right, tier 2. How's the progress been on this so far? Okay, Galen knocked out Navane. Ooh. We've got McRibbed and Flizzardo going on right now, but Flizzardo was just back in, the chat, so I'm guessing that he's either finished and hasn't reported yet, or they're about to get started. If Flizzardo is yet to play, instead of having, been knocked out, then we can definitely pick that one up. Ronin and Discovery's going on right now. Ronin, ooh, that's really powerful. Oh, yeah! Alright, hell yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do McRibbed and Flizzardo. It's funny because he already put the password in the name, which is great. But yeah. Alright, so, let me go ahead and actually get the scoreboard updated, which is a thing I haven't had to do all series long. I think this is gonna be ZVZ, which, God, why is it always ZVZ? Okay, they're gonna set dynamic turn rate. And I need to check and see what map this is, but we can go ahead and update that as we go. So going to be another ZVZ, but at the same time, you know, I actually kind of know this. I hate it, but it should be quick, and that means we can get to another game pretty quick. Or it'll be a 20-minute endeavor like me and Data. I think it's going to be on Polestar. It might be on Neosylphid. I'm not sure. Let me get back into the game because I'm good at this. Okay. Ah, ZVP! He's a race picker! Ooh, a dirty, dirty race picker! So I can actually... I have a thing to learn. I have a thing to learn, because we saw from my game just a minute ago that that was a disastrous performance. So... yeah, let's have a good time. Like I said, I know that Flizzardo is kind of a wild card. He's like a real Always Sunny in Philadelphia Charlie. He's also a big grinder. Like, I see him all the time in the Zero Effort Zealot Rush server, looking for games and playing a whole bunch. McRibbed, on the other hand, so I've played with McRibbed a lot. I've watched his builds a lot. If I had to say one thing about McRibbed, I would say that this guy really likes technical builds. So he's really a big fan of trying to find a build that is like off the beaten path but still really good. So he'll do like a lot of like he'd been working on just going for like a 3-hatch Ling all-in ZVP. He's also like, he's the person that I saw Guardian Hydra from first in ZVT. So
I'm wondering what we're going to see here, but I would not be surprised to see him really break out something that's very aggressive and kind of all-in-y, which you wouldn't think of as technical, but if he tries to make the game continue to go on, then, like, that can really get kind of spicy. Alright, the other question here, then, is how is Flizzardo going to open up? I usually only see this guy play Zerg, but if he's playing Protoss here... he's trying to respond to DMs, and he's doing so in all chat. But if he's playing Protoss, then the first question is, are we going to see a gate or a forge expand? And we're going to see gateways. So this is a 9 pool, I think? No, overpool. The overpool here is probably going to have 4 lings come out of it, but they'll come out around the time the first zealot shows up, so it kind of turns into a control battle. And after that, the big thing about it is, like, Zerg really doesn't want to make more lings if he can help it, but you should have information of this being a gateway expand, so you're kind of forced into trying to match the zealots with your lings. And it's just a really awkward situation, but this is one that's very vulnerable for either player, and if McRibbed overmakes Zerglings instead of going for the standard 4, this can be really, really bad for Flizzardo. I know I'm just jumping around and everything here, but, like, that is kind of a lot of stuff to think about with the opener here. So this drone scout is going to find the gateway expand here. Zealot pops out, and I think we've got 4 lings coming out of this. If it's only 2, this is really rough for McRibbed. If it's 6, it'll be looking pretty good for him. And if that's all 8 right there, if all 8 of those are drones, then this is going to be, like, the worst thing. Okay, we have 6 lings so far. If there's more drones, then the worst thing that Flizzardo could do is attack. He sees at least 4 of the lings with his probe. We've got more. Okay, so we have a ton of lings being hatched here. So, oh no, he's sending the Nexus down instead of the Forge. This is actually really, really rough, because it means that all of these lings are going to have a chance to possibly run by or flood. And they're just going to be able to run right by this into the main if he's not careful. Trying to get some pullback. He's going to lose at least 1 probe. No, okay, the probe's not getting targeted. 3 zealots out, but now the run by. Trying to clog the ramp, but we have 5 lings in the main, and you've got more where that came from, potentially. McRibbed is not being too aggressive with these yet, though, just forcing the zealots back, trying to be careful about a potential drill. Drill started, going ahead and redistributing. Not pulling the trigger just yet, and the Forge is started, so it's going to make it much harder to be aggressive here, but... Okay, 1 probe down. Down to 3 lings, so these lings cannot man-fight this zealot with 3-on-1. At least not without some really good micro. Gonna look for the natural, though, see if they can get on the other side. The wall is broken, the lings are in! McRibbed feeling really good about himself so far. And the lag can't make this any easier. This is turn rate 8 now, oof. A little bit rough for these players. I hope I'm not contributing to that too much. Still more lings streaming across the map. Flizzardo working on that photon cannon, trying to block this. But the lings from the back are gonna hit it. I don't think he got the cancel either. Oh my god, the wall is breaking. Everything is going absolutely catastrophically. McRibbed flooding through. He's only on 2 hatcheries, but that's all he needs. He's not doing the 3 hatch at least. But this aggressive build from McRibbed, the decision-making to just continue making lings instead of trying to transition out of this, I think is going to turn out really well for him, because right now, there's basically no opportunity for Flizzardo to really do anything against these lings. He's losing probes left and right. GG should be called any moment. Everything is falling, dropping like flies, out of money, out of time, driven by nothing but spite. And Flizzardo, all we can do now is wait for the GG. Down to 2 supply, 1 supply, 2 supply still. Is it a zealot at the gateway? He's just, you know what? McRibbed, you done did okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and give you the victory lap. Here you go, GG. I was gonna make you kill my buildings, but I'm not that salty. GG it is, cowabunga it is.
And Flizzardo is out.
I feel bad for that one. I mean, I hate to see that either of those two had to get knocked out. That's the way that the tournament goes. When you got a tournament life on the line, you go ahead and just make lings and keep on making lings, and either it was going to work or it wasn't, but it was going to at least be quick. He wanted me to have the chance to cast some other games, I guess. The McRibbed taking that one? We'll have to see what other games I can pick up, though. I'm taking a look right now at both the channels, seeing if we find anything interesting. Wish and Dorkmoon has finished up, so there should be a new game from them coming up, I think. Let's not follow McRibbed. Let's see if we can find another game. I want to pick up Darkmoon if we can. Or Wish, maybe. I don't know which one it is. Because I wanted to see them play previously. Looking for them right now. That's Anto. Let me see if I can get in there. And if not, then we always have the McRibbed game. We've got plenty more. All right. Let's see here. Where else have we been, though? JJSair and earob are going on, so that's another one that should be really good. Another PvP, but earob has already shown that, like, his Reaver play in PvP is really solid. I think I had some of the names backward on this, actually. Interesting. In terms of, like, who's playing against what. Let's go on and check out tier... Let's see how tier 4 is doing. We haven't checked on them in a while. So Pecan is waiting for Solar and Mellow to finish up. They're actually... That's a run back, so... I mean, there's only a couple of games for sure, but... Solar had knocked down Mellow, so I wonder how much of it is like a real skill mismatch, and how much of it was just a good game that ended up working out in the way of Solar's favor. We'll have to see here, but, you know, 3-round, I kind of hope that Mellow comes back and takes this, just so we can get, like, an extra, different game here in, the finals. Tier 3, how's that one going? ManiacBen and Mini are still playing against each other. Tesla is waiting for the loser of iNdo and Data. Ooh. I'm surprised that game's still going on. iNdo must be running the Hydra build. And Data was just in here, so maybe they were waiting on a cast or something like that. Maybe I left them hanging. Nobody is coordinating, though. earob and JJSair were looking for you. I wonder if people are doing it in DMs. Oh. That would be the worst. Because I can't spectate in DMs. Yeah, everyone's in the middle of playing right now. Can't pick up a live game, unfortunately. Let's see here, though. Well, like we said, Flash for the win is dropping out. So it means that Anto and Jesse are going to get a... Whoever wins that is going to get a clear run-up. Which means that the big thing to look out here for, then, is Harry versus Ziggy. That's gonna go right into Yakub. Who not? JJSair knocked down Yakub. Ooh. I was not expecting that. I mean, JJSair is good, but Yakub is a killer. That's proud of him. Also, wait a second. iNdo got knocked down to lower? Oh, no, iNdo's still in the upper bracket because, yeah, Dada beat me. That's right. I still have it in my head that I beat Dada. Because I was up, I was ready to annihilate him, and then he plug pulls. Stupid Europeans with their European internet. Maybe I should have just taken McRibbed and Galen. I mean, they're running it right now, but... we've got everybody in games just waiting. Down in my basement right now, it's like 3 degrees outside. I am very much layered up. I'm surprised that I'm not colder than I am. My hands are actually finally starting to stay warm. I think JJSair might be back. We'll be going for JJSair versus earob, I think, because that's the first game that I've got that I'm seeing. Potentially it could be the Dada versus iNdo one as well. There's also a lot of replays that we got, so I could kind of go into replays in between games and then just drop out as soon as a game shows up that's live. So we're going to prioritize those if we can, of course. Looking for JJSair. Realize that hitting the refresh button is probably kind of annoying for those of you out there who don't see it. Alright, so we've got ourselves a game. We're going to have JJSair versus earob, so PvP. And if it lags, I will be bailing out immediately. So that is just kind of a downside of the way that this goes. And let me update the scoreboard while we're at it. So we've got JJSair versus earob. Let's go. All right. Turn rate is 12, it looked like, but it might improve. 20. Okay, that looks really good. That looks really good. All right. So like we said before, a lot of this matchup comes down to your tech choices and like your build choices. There's a lot of nuance in terms of like how you position things and how you defend, but a lot of it is just kind of the gamble, the force 50-50, if you will. But we already saw earob play before. He was on the very extended 1-gate tech. So went for 1-gate Robo, got the Observer into Reaver, but stayed on 1-gate for a very long time, but managed to do a great job against, I don't remember who it was he was playing against. JJSair, on the other hand, though, this is another person who grinds a lot. I've seen him play all over the place, like, just constantly asking for games, but the problem is he's too good to get good practice off of a lot of the scrubs that we've got on our team. So, I'm hoping that we get to see why. They've got a little bit of lags. They switched over to high. If they call out, I will. Doesn't seem all that bad with the tick rate, but again, that's only, I can't see how it is on their end in terms of controlling. Okay, so once again, earob going for the 1-gate cyber with the early gas. And we've got a 2-gate coming out of JJ. So this is pretty much an exact duplicate of what we had last time. The probe scout getting in, not quite as much body blocking as we did before. But going to see the 1-gate cyber. And this is a setup where he's going to have the gas for range as soon as the cyber is finished, I believe. But I feel like the execution on this 2-gate from JJ is a little bit tighter than it was in the last match that we saw earob on. Again, I could look at the bracket, but let's not do that in the middle of the game. earob spotting the 2-gate, around scouting. One of the big things here is that he's pulling the Zealot away from the front. It doesn't make a huge difference, but it is notable, and seeing that gas go down means that he's aware that there's more than likely going to be a cyber drop soon. So this is probably like 3 Zealots into a transition. This is not going to be hard Zealot pressure. So this scouting is actually working out really well, and he sees the cyber, so he knows that there's not a lot of opportunity for like crazy Zealot production because of the minerals that had to be invested in that cyber. So as long as earob can get this Dragoon out there, can block up the ramp, I think he's got a pretty good shot. He's actually moving out. He's going to run into these 3 Zealots. Needs to micro this really, really well. And I'm hoping that we see JJ just click 1 Zealot onto the Dragoon constantly. And, okay, a little bit of a lag spike. If it's bad, I'm leaving. All right, so 1 onto the Dragoon, the other one's onto the mineral line. This is exactly what I was talking about. It forces you to divide your attention, put more micro into the Dragoon, and lets the Zealots get more damage onto the mineral line. A little bit of a drill, unfortunately glitching through, not able to get really solid connections here. Hiding behind the scoreboard. We're looking pretty good overall. Nice hold from earob. I think he lost about 2 or 3 probes in the end of that. The probe count is looking very, very strong here for JJ. If I had to guesstimate, I'd say probably in like the 21 drone range. Whereas here, yeah, we're a fair bit below on earob. Probably about 18 or so. So the economy is looking better for JJSair. And earob, in response to that, is going to go for Robo and a second gateway. So we haven't really had any kind of tech committal come out from JJ. He's just going pure units. The fact that he's mining this out may indicate that he's considering going for an expand soon. I'm not entirely certain. Nah, he's going to go for Robo as well. So both of them on 2-gate Robo, but the unit count is looking a little bit better here for JJSair, despite the early pressure he put on, probably just from the probe differential, which is going to be leveling out very shortly. At least the effective probe level. Because one of the things you got to think about, too, is the diminishing returns on continued mining, where once you have, like, enough drones, you kind of don't have a increased value. Like, you do get an increased value, but it's not as much as, like, the first drone on a patch. So eventually you just have way too many probes. I'm still stuck in Zerg brain. I'm still stuck in Zerg brain. But basically, though, like, going from your 30th to your 31st probe on a mineral line is a lot less value than going from your 9th to your 10th. So at this point, their mining should be roughly equal. But if they go for a new base, then that is where JJ is going to have the real advantage when that saturation gets split. And I really think he is saving up for a new base. In fact, earob has already taken his. This is really similar to the way that we saw him play Game 1. Not game 1, I'm sorry, in his first match in round 1. I really wish I could remember who that was against. If anyone out there in chat can bring up the challenge bracket and just see who it was that earob played against from the very beginning, I would love you for eternity. Yeah, this is a pretty big standing army here. I think JJ's trying to get out to make his Nexus, but the problem is he's blocked up the ramp. Yeah, he's actually stockpiling a ton of minerals for this, but he's not going to be able to get it for a little while until he breaks everything apart. So yeah, this is a pretty big difference. About 400 health on the Nexus between the two of them. Additionally, the Reaver is out here for earob. So earob had gotten so much value out of his Reaver drops in that game earlier. Yes, Shafir, thank you, Joe McGinn. earob had gotten so much value out of these Reaver drops against Shafir that if he can duplicate that feat here, would be enough to shuttle him back into this game. But JJ's going for the same thing, and JJ's kind of shown himself to be a little bit more mechanically on top of it than Shafir was. So I wonder if we're going to get the same results. 2 Reavers, we should be seeing a shuttle popping out here any moment. Getting a little bit of a worker transfer here, going to be continuing it out, recognizing how heavily saturated his main is. So this is going to be 2 well-saturated bases immediately for earob. And he has that probably about 40 seconds to a minute faster than JJSair does, so the income differential at this point is going to be huge. Not to mention the fact that earob doesn't even really need to build saturation here. He's already got saturation on both bases. He builds up his gas. He's going to be in a really good spot. But JJ's going to have the same thing once he transfers, and already we have a full group and then some change. Alright, both of them, 1 shuttle and starting the move out. They're not going to be looking for the Reaver drops, it doesn't look like. Instead, just trying to play directly on top of each other. A snipe on the Observer. That's a big deal here. Not going to be able to keep his eye on the army, but the pre-spread is really big for JJSair. Scarabs from JJ not hitting as well. Big damage out of earob here. About a 6 supply advantage from a relatively even starting point. These Scarabs are huge, getting a ton of damage out of here. Getting a pickup on 1, but not on the second. This shuttle is taking a ton of damage, though. It has to be very, very careful. These Scarabs putting out a ton. These Zealots are very dangerously low. Nice micro back. Focusing on the pylon now, just trying to get some damage out there. If the pylon is down, then your auto-attacking from your units becomes a lot stronger. You don't have to worry quite as much about focus firing. JJ's really looking for the shuttle. He gets one of the Reavers. I think the Reaver in the back got saved. I wasn't looking for a brief moment. You can't afford to do that in Starcraft. Shuttle is down. The Reaver is naked now. Trying to dive on the shuttle. The Reaver is at full health. The shuttle... Both Reavers are in there, in fact. Full health on both. They're completely untouched. I think earob needs to retreat here. He's got a ton of army at home. He's gonna focus fire down the first Reaver. First Reaver's down, but getting some good Scarab hits. Oh, big damage on the Reaver shots there to get onto the mineral line. Did about 11 kills with that, but that was also considering the fact that he'd gotten plenty of Dragoons and Zealots before, so not a ton of probe damage, but still, the supply differential here is huge. We are up to 4 gateways and working on 6. earob is in full production mode. Here we have 5 gateways working on 6 as well, so both of them really producing hard. Operating out of big economy, but the worker count definitely looks to be in favor of earob here, as the saturation on JJ's main or natural is looking a little bit light, especially in comparison to over here where it is just constantly mining. Goons checking for a drop. Decided the only way I can really lose this from where I'm at right now, lined up on the high ground, setting up for the drop, is if you try and shuttle me. The only vulnerable position now for JJ to go after if he wanted to try and drop is the long way all the way around. There's even an observer up front to spot this, so it's going to be really hard for JJ to find any way out, but it's not going to be easy yet for earob to finish the game and push in. This choke is still nasty. There's a lot of Dragoons here, and there is the Reaver behind. JJ's pushing up the high ground, though. This is so rough. There is a crazy amount of damage, a crazy pre-spread here. It's about 3 Dragoons, maybe a 2-for-1 trade. Pulled the Dragoons from the top away, so now this is the entire concentration of Dragoons here for earob. Do we have any kind of tech behind this? We are going for a Citadel. We could get Legs, we could get Templar. And we've got double Robo here for JJ, but that's going to be a lot of mineral cost to keep going here. Looking to snipe the Observer. Not going to be able to make it up to the high ground, though. Rotating around this side. Oh, I love this. Taking the Reavers, going to drop them around behind on the flank. If these get good shots, oh my... I don't know how many kills that was, but it was absolutely damning. But now the counterattack potential is here. The army's out of position. That drop was great for putting out damage on the economy. But now earob may be vulnerable. I don't think there's enough army here, and now they could get sandwiched. He wasn't decisive with this movement. From the high ground, the Reavers are out on the board. Nice micro back, loads into the shuttle, dodges a bunch of Dragoon shots, big Scarabs to hit. Focus firing down the Reavers. JJ is out of Reavers now. earob, a commanding supply advantage, a commanding positional advantage. And even though not all of his units are in the fight and moving, even with what he's got up front, I think this is looking really fantastic and really rough for JJ. Like, earob showing why he managed to beat down Shafir so handily in the first game, and now showing that that was not a fluke. Shuttle with speed now. Being focused, has to bring the Reavers out. Emergency drop, but just in time. Focusing on the Reavers on the left side. Both players. Oh, no focus from JJ. These Reavers getting a ton of damage. I think this is it. I think this is it. There are so many Dragoons from earob. He can just A-move in. He doesn't need to focus, doesn't need to control anymore at this point. I think he's got it. 80 supply advantage. Even behind it, setting up a third base just in case. Checking for extra bases. Yeah. earob takes it. Strong fashion here. I believe that earob is still in upper bracket. Yeah. So knocking JJ down to the lower bracket. JJ will be waiting, I believe, for the winner of... I think he's in the losers finals, so he's going to be waiting for a little while. He's got to wait until the winner of Anto and Jesse moves on to face against the winner of Yakub and Harry. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a wait. Now, well done there, though. Fantastic. Let's check on all of our tiers while we're waiting for games here. Tier 2 moving along very nicely. McRibbed over Galen. McRibbed is doing phenomenally. Ronin. I know that Data was saying he predicts that Ronin has a good chance of winning the overall tier here, and he's showing it. Like I said, this is a very high-ranked Terran player, but he's off-racing as Zerg. I might have that backwards. I think he's a high-ranked Zerg who's off-racing as Terran. Regardless, he is off-racing, but is a very high-level player. Yeah, he's the tier 1 player who's off-racing down to tier 2. But he's going to be facing against the winner of Discovery and McRibbed. And, Discovery, this could be Discovery's run back. So I'm curious as to how close that game was, or if it was just a, stomp. And then on top of that, then let's see how tier 3 is doing. So iNdo against WorstZerg Bavaria. I know that Rice Hat is casting that. If you guys want to go over and check out his channel as well, twitch.tv/RiceHat. iNdo is probably my pick to win Tier 3. I feel like he's a very strong player. He has been grinding it out this season as well. I had the misfortune of when I was promoted to Tier 3 having that be my first matchup, and I am still upset about it. I hold a grudge. Also be aware of that data for your plug pulling antics against me. Otherwise, on the lower bracket, data against GeForce right now, winner of that will go on to play against ManiacBen, who will play against, and the winner of that match will play against the loser of WorstZerg Bavaria and DB iNdo. Overall, this is kind of a Zerg-heavy bracket, though, and really that just kind of means that these games should be really quick, but for some reason aren't. Probably because of iNdo. And then how are we at Tier 4? So we're still waiting on Melo and Solar. They're still going. Melo actually alt-tabs out to say that the game is still going. Possibly in like a pause if Solar had to go and do something. I don't know. That's kind of funny though. I love Tier 4 players personally. Like it's such a, I almost want to say innocent, but it's just a matter of like there's so much to learn. There's so much runway that you've got as a player. It's fun. In a TPT, you got a moment to tap out. Yeah. All right. You know, we might pick up Tier 4 if nothing else pops up here. I'd love to watch a Tier 4 game. It would be a Protoss versus Terra no matter what, because Pecan's waiting for them. I played against Pecan in, I think it was in preseason. They've definitely gotten a lot better too. Pecan is someone who I've done a couple of practice matches with, and like still Tier 4 solidly, but definitely playing better. But then again, they're also a Protoss player, and I'm terrible against Protoss, so you know that could just be my bias speaking. But yeah, overall making some pretty steady progress through here. Tier 1 is definitely the biggest bracket, and we've had some pretty long games out of there. I wonder how Anto and Jesse are doing. So how was your day, everybody? You know what? Let's go ahead while we're waiting on things. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab a replay from the chat. We'll go ahead and watch a replay while we are waiting for let me just go ahead and get this organized because I don't want to go too crazy here and like have folders all over the place. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just watch the most recent replays that we have in the chat that people have been posting while we are waiting for games to move on and like games to continue going. So what I've got here is Minirennac versus ManiacBen. That is a Tier 3 game, so let's just go ahead and see the context around that. I just spoiled everything for it, but yeah, we will see how that goes. Minirennac is the one who managed to beat me, but I am unsurprised. I played against him last night in a separate league, and he beat me handily there too. He's a better player than I am, or at least a better race. I promise I will not be salty. All right, but yeah, while we're here, let's just go ahead and see what we got. I'll go ahead and fix up the scoreboard. This is against ManiacBen, who is a Zerg player. And what map is this? I think this is Knockout. This looks like Knockout. Yeah. All right. So ManiacBen, I always get him confused with a different player, and I can never remember who. If this is who I think it is, they've got a lot of ZVZ replays. I haven't seen them play ZVP too much. Meanwhile, Mini, I played against him. He's usually a little bit slow on his timings, like a little bit rough in the multitasking. Really likes to be deliberate with everything, but overall, I think that he is a very solid macro player. and has a lot of potential to really, like, I don't know how to say that. He has a lot of potential to just do well in this matchup. All right, it looks like the Tier 4 game between Melo and Solar may be finished. I'm not sure yet. We're going to go ahead and keep watching this until we get to confirmation of that. All right. Nothing too crazy here. Big thing is, I think we're going for a... all right, Forge expand and probably into a gateway here. No, he's just going to go cannon. He's just going to go cannon. I'm curious about this because he's holding the probe back instead of scouting with it, but because he wasn't sure, he was doing second probe scout. And now he should be pulling this back because he's spotted where ManiacBen is. This is going to be a cannon into a Nexus. Interesting here for ManiacBen going cross scout first, using to check the middle of the map. So would be weak against a gate expand on the bottom left position, but in this case he's going to be fine, and actually going for the Nexus before the cannon. Not a huge difference overall, but if this were a overpull instead of like a hatch first here, then that would be a big difference, because the overpool would have plenty of Zerglings to be able to punish this. Like 4 Zerglings coming in here before the cannon's done, that could just be game ending right away. But now cannon's coming up, you've got the gateway as well, so the greed is not punished, but both of these players are playing equivalently greedy. So I don't think anyone's really ahead at the moment. I also like that this drone is in here. We can see how long ManiacBen manages to keep it in there. He can use this for like a long-term scout for when the Stargate timing is, if anything. Okay, Mini saw it was hatch first here. That makes sense. That makes sense. Third coming down, and Mini's going to be scouting that right away, right as it comes down. That's perfect scouting from Mini. Couple of Lings here just going to be potentially driving off the probe. Excuse me, I think I got the Artosis hiccups. Yeah, this probe can definitely survive if you drill it on home, but there's not a whole lot more value you're going to be getting out of him unless you, Okay, nice runaway. So we've got a fast lair here from ManiacBen, so he's definitely going to be going for Mutaplay. Gonna have to see how Minirennac responds to this. He's getting his Cyber Core up. Probably about 2 minutes until mutas are ready to pop. And you typically want to have a couple of cannons back by your base, which means you're gonna need photon cannons there. Not photon, but pylons, I'm sorry. Chasing down the scout. Nice cutoff, but the Ling's not quite enough damage to take down the probe, and I think he's going to make it home. Yes. Okay. Lair is almost done. Should be getting the Spire in just a moment. Canceling a... Not sure what that was, but used that to get the minerals back for the Spire here. ManiacBen. A little tiny bit late on the Spire, but not very. The big thing here is I don't think Minirennac has any idea right now. Stargate is just finishing up. He's going to have the Corsair getting into Scout, and that's going to be about a few seconds before the Spire finishes, I think. Probably about like 10, 15 seconds, which is an eternity. Other thing here is we are going for air weapons on the Corsairs, so definitely going to be trying to go pretty heavy on the Corsairs to contest Overlords. This drone is still in here, hasn't moved, so he could have gone in to check if it was Sairless or if it was going to be Speed, when Speed would be going. But right now, there is, in fact, no Citadel for Minirennac, so he's not going to be going for a fast timing push. Still gonna be getting Citadel any moment here, but it's, yeah, Citadel's just started. Looks like in other news, McRibbed won over Discovery. So, he's gonna be moving on. Anto won in his matchup. I think that was against Jesse. So yeah, Minirennac at this point, spotting all of what's going on here, spotting that this is Spire. Big SimCity coming up here from ManiacBen at the 3rd. And maybe we get a little bit of Overlord hunting before the Scourge pop here from ManiacBen. Nah, not even gonna bother. Just coming on home, wants to get a critical mass of Corsairs to be able to fight. We have 3 on the board right now, and Photon Cannons starting in the mineral lines here. So an appropriate response from Minirennac to the potential Mutalisk play. But instead it looks like we're getting Scourge moving into 5-hatch Hydra. And the SimCity does look good for both players. Or, not for both players, I'm sorry. Really for both players. You've got good cannon locations here. I'd like to see one more cannon potentially up this way. And one more down at the bottom here, but he has to get the power field there first. But the value of those cannons is going to be a little bit diminished because of the fact that we are going to have a Hydra transition before the Mutas come out. Like, we're not going to have Mutas at all, in fact. The whole point of the Scourge is just to drive away the Corsairs and prevent them from being able to harass, being able to scout, and it covers for you into moving into 5-hatch Hydra. So now these Scourge should be moving into scout over here, see what our Protoss is up to. Big thing with our Protoss player is we've only got 3 gateways, not the crazy boom that we had before, but legs are about halfway done. The Zealots have +1. They're ready to have some fun. Don't even bother with the Lings. They can't make it in. There's 2 cannons. Scourge out just roaming, looking for the Corsairs right underneath the Lings. Gonna try and make a connection here. Don't think they're gonna get too much, though. Could even micro those back if you're really careful. One connection. Are they all on the same target? This is actually very, very, very difficult micro for the Corsair, or for the Scourge player. Meanwhile, you can just kind of move away. All right. 2 Sunkens, couple of Hydras. The Sunken's doing more to stop this than the Hydras are, but it is enough to prevent the push. We do not have the Gatesplosion yet. Minirennac has floating so many minerals, in fact. He can afford to put down a ton of gateways. He's just not, like, he doesn't have the presence of mind for it yet. Has Templar. I don't think he has Cardarian Amulet. Was that a misclick? Or does he already have Storm? I haven't seen yet. Okay, the Citadel didn't make. I'm looking back at the chat. It's been a minute. Kind of focusing on the game here. Yakub versus Anto is coming up. I still want to get that tier 4 game, though. I still want to get that tier 4 game if we can. Don't know if we're going to get the chance to, though. Alright, a little bit of roaming around here, picks off a Overlord. Big thing here is Minirennac not having had that big gate explosion. Okay, Storm was done when he went for Amulet. That makes sense. I just wasn't sure. I didn't see it in the
I didn't see it in the upper left.
We got tier 3 semis.
Could go for that, but Pecan's already responding regarding the tier 4 finals. I think Rice Hat's going to get the tier 3 semis. Nice storms here from Minirennac. Very nice storms.
So this is one of the things that I just kind of always run into when I'm watching and trying to observe and figure out what's going on with ZVP, is I never know where all of the Zerg supply is. Right now, there's 90 supply of Zerg units, but it doesn't feel like there's that much. And then you get to here, and suddenly there's this enormous concave. I guess that was 3 control groups, and just a very, very, very nice movement there from ManiacBen. Doesn't have the energy on the High Templar to get more than 1 storm out. So this is giving ManiacBen the opportunity of moving in. Has a ton of Hydras. 1A, 2A, 3A, all the way in. Good storm, getting almost an entire control group of Hydras right there, but moving in over here, this is the way, splitting the attention. Archon morphing, but there's so many Hydras into the natural. Filing in, looking for the cannons, looking for the probes. Not able, the High Templar's not able to get to the meat of this. I guess this is the way you fight. And I think we're going to have the Tier 4 finals coming up. We might get Dorkmoon coming in here in just a moment. Yo, Mello, you won? You're in the finals, all right. Yo, this is actually, like, I'm super happy about that because it means you're not getting any runbacks. Everyone's playing something different in Tier 4. All right, so I think that this looks pretty strong in favor of ManiacBen. You can see the probe count. So even though there is some games still to be played, I am gonna jump out of here because we've got ourselves a new game coming up. So let's take a look at Tier 4. This is not gonna be the same level of Starcraft as you'd otherwise expect, but. Wait 1 second. Okay. Let me see where the game with Pecan is, because they're going to be getting ready in just a moment. But yeah, anyways, though, so like we said, this is a case where everyone is playing someone different, which is pretty cool overall. Like, in a 6-man bracket, it's very easy for there just to be, oh, okay, it's a run back, and we've seen the same thing in Grand Finals. But in this case, it's just a little bit different, and probably going to be a bit of long games, because Tier 4 has a tough time closing things out a lot of times. Sorry, handling a couple of DMs and trying to get things taken care of behind the scenes. Long games overall, but yeah, we're gonna be looking for a Tier 4 Grand Finals. So we've got gonna be having Mello versus Pecan. just as soon as we can get them to get the game up. Right now, they're figuring out maps because they don't... Melo doesn't remember the map that he played in his last game. Kind of funny, but, like, I totally get it. Half the time, I'm like, oh, what did I just play on? All I know is 5SH, 6SH, 7SH. All I know is just make unit. I think that the last game they did was on knockouts. They might have done the maps incorrectly, but we're gonna let them handle it. We're gonna let them handle it, and it's a 1-point lead. All right. Well, I can't get the scoreboard taken care of on this section because browser source interactions are weird. You guys don't need to hear the talk. You guys don't need to hear about the technical end of things. I'm just hoping to see... I'm hoping you guys are excited to see some of the players that really CPL is for, is the people who... I wouldn't say should be afraid to be on ladder, because that's... No one should be afraid to be on ladder. But the people who get picked on most by the people that are exploiting ladder. That's what CPL is really for, in my opinion. Like, it's also for giving you access to coaches, getting better as a moderate, intermediate, like, high novice player. But these tier 4 guys are really what it's all about, in my opinion. So, that's why I wanted to cover them. Even though it might not be the most exciting StarCraft, to them, this is the start of their careers. Let's make it exciting. Let's let them have a good time, you know? I feel like I'm talking about children. They're not children! These are grown-ass adults. They have families. We've seen someone lose a game because they had to surrender because they were making a bouncy house for their kids. Sometimes you don't have any prediction of, I'm sorry, someone in the chat was saying they wanted to play Monty Hall. Monty Hall was definitely a map of all time. Speaking of maps of all time, the new maps, Jane Doe. Oh, that's gonna be a spicy one. I played a match of that this morning. I am not a fan. Like, it is gonna be an entire, like, separate mindset for learning how to play on that map. Jane Doe is kind of cracked. The pocket base with the Marine medic blocking your ramp. Like, there is some stuff that you can do. There is some stuff that you can do. Okay. Waiting for them to get the lobby going. It's almost up. Thank you. Okay. So we're gonna have Pecan versus Melo, or am I serious not gonna be able to join this? Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I'm like, whoa. It's probably because he was getting the slots all worked out. Wasn't a slot available at the time. Yeah, this is going to be a Protoss versus Terran match. Shia Proof is Pecan, and... Wait, we got Sol... Oh, Solar is going to be jumping into a Observer slot. That's why that's here. Okay, I was confused for a second. I was like, Solar lost! Why is he here? Nah, he wants to... He doesn't want to watch the stream. Get the live commentary, the shit talk. I'm not gonna shit talk these guys. I'm not gonna shit talk these guys. They've put in a lot of work over the entire season. I know Pecan's been practicing his little butt off. Thank you. Thank you, Pecan. Thank you, Melo. Melo, if you are in my... If I see you in my viewer list, I'm going to ban you. I don't actually do that, but it's a really funny threat. Okay. Solar wants to control the cam for himself. You see, usually when I've got that going on, it's, I want to zone out and like, okay, yeah, I'm going to watch a game, and then like 3 minutes in, I'm like, I haven't been looking at this at all. I've been playing on my phone. But, you know, that's kind of the point of casting, is like, you don't get to do that. So let's see here. Let me, while we are getting started here, we've got the top versus bottom. Let's get the scoreboard updated, because we've got Pecan versus Melodvedd. Well, the one thing I gotta ask of y'all, though, is, get some names that are easier to say. You know, like Bisu or Flash. Okay, so, my nerd moment of the day is talking about mining, because this is a thing I like to talk about. Melo technically has a good split, but a lot of the patches he's mining from are some of the least efficient. Meanwhile, Pecan is almost optimally mining. Pretty close to optimal. Has the vertical probe here, is going in the correct patch order for the most part. Yeah, this is, and you can already see, like, it's not a huge difference overall, but the mineral income is slightly faster for Pecan. Now, one of the things that I think about this match in particular is someone who's dabbled in all 3 races and used to pretty heavily play Terran and just couldn't get anywhere, is the early game in Terran versus Protoss is incredibly volatile. You have the mandatory SimCity of, like, how you set up your walls, set up your buildings to prevent zealots from making it through. You have all kinds of, like, little micro elements and very, very strict timings, especially if you're going for, like, a factory expand. So I'm very curious here as to what kind of openers we get. We're already definitely seeing a 1-gate cyber here from Pecan. Probe already set up in position here, setting up the cyber core. I'm going to be starting to mine out of here. We'll be getting range and dragoons at the same time, looking to bust the bunker at the front of the Terran base. Here, on the other hand, we are not going for factory expand, or if we are, the gas is very delayed. So this could be like a gasless expand. So I think that 1-gate cyber with the range upgrade should be in a pretty good position against gasless expand. This is definitely the matchup I know the least about. Okay, gas is coming up now, so we're not going gasless expand. This was just a very delayed gas. So that's actually probably like the worst of all worlds for Terran here. Nice little harass here from the SCV, just trying to harass the mineral line, or the gas line. Unfortunately, he's not going to really get anything out of it, but at the same time, he's just being really annoying, forcing Pecan to spend attention. Might even get this the probe here if he's not careful. Okay, no. Kills off the scouting. SCV. Setting up depots at the front here. If we have... So, Pecan is doing a great job of spending their minerals. Has the first Dragoon coming out here. This can actually do some damage. Typically, it's about 3 Marines to 1 Dragoon that ends up being about even with Micro. But this is also tier 4. Who knows how the Micro's going to be? Additionally, while I'm thinking of it, I should set up this to have 1 point in favor of Pecan because he's coming from the winner's side bracket. That's the way this goes. It's best of 5 with a 1-game advantage. No bunker set up here. The fact that Marines coming out here is not being controlled means that, oh my god, Pecan, you just need to hold your position. You can take that down. So Pecan's actually backing away, not leveraging his shields. Could have gotten a free kill onto that Marine. Both players backing off. The factory starting up, but it is a very late factory here for Melo. Meanwhile, both players working on their expansion. 1-gate robo now for Pecan. Typically, you would be doing this if you want to make Reaver play, but Reaver play is very APM intensive. I consider it kind of the equivalent of Mutalisk play in ZVT. 2 factories coming up. But I wonder if we're actually going to see Reavers, or if this is just for Observer, just for maybe even Shuttle. I don't know. Like to see a Maynard from the main here, pulling the workers down to the natural. Not gonna have that happen just yet. Nice transfer here from Pecan. Keeping his workers in pretty good state. And we're going to be going for the observatory. So we are not going to be seeing Reaver play. I think that is for the best. Additionally, we have no machine shop here out of Mellow. Mellow banking a lot of gas. Can make a lot of tanks with that if he can get the mineral production up. Doing an okay job of keeping his command centers running. Doesn't have both of them running at the same time. Same with the machine shop here and a starport. So we're going to be going for... 2 factory into tech, looks like. Looking for his upgrades. Doesn't have the armory going down yet, though, from what I can see. Are we going to see that over here? Pecan playing very, very careful. Doesn't want to commit onto anything with his Dragoon. Setting up a mini wall here with pylons as is natural. Wants to be able to just throw a couple of Dragoons in here to completely wall it up so that vultures can't get in, but he can still get his Dragoons out. Usually you don't have that as a way of defending your natural, but it does work. And Mellow has decided that the time for making SCVs is over. So probably somewhere in the range of 10 supply of units. Nothing being production there, so... Okay. But right now, he should have about 30 SCVs, give or take, on 2 base. I feel like he wants to have that up to at least 35 to 40? Give or take. I don't play Terran, so I don't know the numbers full well. Meanwhile, Pecan also struggling with probe production here, has a couple of idlers as well. And Pecan really banking up hard. I want to see him do a big gateway explosion. That's what he's starting up right here. Has the 2 more gateways and the base coming in. Gonna need a couple more pylons as well. He's close to that supply block, and he's gonna be able to start really cranking out his production soon. 3rd factory with 2 add-ons here from Mellow. Mellow doing a little bit of laying of mines, but there is the observer right here. If Pecan felt like moving out onto the map, could easily take those down. Big thing I'm noticing here for Pecan is he has no forge, so we are not going to be seeing upgrades anytime soon, really, from either player, as there's no armory here either. So both players relying on the strength of their base units. Gonna have to see how that plays out for him, though. Citadel of Dune coming out, so we could get Zealot legs. That's a very important upgrade for Protoss in PvT. Academy. We'll be getting some scans shortly, but again, no armory. Unless it's hidden behind here. I don't think it is. No. Okay, so no armory here for Mellow. More supply. He is supply blocked, and that's going to be a pretty nasty one, too. A lot of Dragoons here for Shia, or for Pecan. Like to see getting the 3rd base saturated here, maybe even taking a 4th. Like, he's got so many minerals right now, I think you just kind of need to spend on whatever. Get a gateway explosion. Okay, yeah, he's pulling the probes from the main, taking them over to the 3rd. But we need to see those gateways explode. Oh, he's also got some probes in here as well. He just drag-clicked, just box selected, and pulled some probes out of his mineral line. Needs to get those back to mining. He's actually really, really light at his natural, having some trouble with the probes overall. Both players just minding their own bases, but Pecan has a very drastic supply advantage. He had an observer in here. I don't know what happened to that. It's back with the Dragoons now. Do we have a forge? No forge. We've got Stargate. And still no forge on this. So more gateways. We've got a Stargate coming up. Is it going to be Arbiter player or Carrier player, I wonder? Have science vessels here, and of course we're going for battle cruisers. All right, this is standard tier 4 play. Because the best way to end a game when neither of you is putting pressure on the other is just go for the big units that take up way too much time, supply, and everything else. But battlecruisers not exactly the best against dragoons, but have a shot against unupgraded dragoons. Also, Mello recognizing now that upgrades are going to be important, starting his own armory and eBay. I hope he's not planning on going bio along with this mech, but, you know, he's got 4 Marines. Maybe it's worth upgrading them. I don't think so, personally. Could also be using that for missile turrets, kind of a big deal. And, oh, yeah, we are in Tier 4 primetime, baby. We've got Mass Battlecruiser as the game plan. Big move out here from Mello. 1 control group going to get ripped on by 1 control group worth of dragoons. Pecan holding the high ground. Now we've got a siege up on the low ground behind the mines. Good position here. Pecan's not ready to push forward, though. Doesn't want to take on the minefield yet. He's got a lot going on at home, but yeah, Pecan's just like, you know what, man? All I want to do, get everything nice and organized, get my guys into control groups, and we're going to move out onto the map. Big thing that I'm noticing as well, just looking at the camera here from Pecan, is doesn't seem to be using camera hotkeys too much. A lot of like dragging around on the map, a lot of panning. Same way that we're doing here, nice and easy. This is a big army he's got here on the high ground now. 2 solid control groups, give or take, of dragoons. Like to see him get a couple of zealots in there too and start trying to make a push onto this. You can see the mines here. If you just click the dragoons though onto the tanks in the back line that you can see, then you can possibly drag those mines forward. There's also very, very little anti-air. So even though the science vessel is out here, it's gonna have a hard time shooting down the observer. Couple of Goliaths coming out here. He's afraid. What if he's going carriers, man? But we've got 2 starports making battle cruisers right now, and he's got the economy for it since there's not a lot of other production going on. Supply block on Mello's side, but Pecan has a lot of supply available. Sieging on the low ground. Pecan's not looking at this at all, just kind of blind on the map. However, Mello doesn't see far enough ahead. He needs to move the science vessel forward. So actually, this tank is super vulnerable without anything spotting for it on the high ground. Extra base taken here by Mello. We've got an extra one over here as well. Pylon wall up to prevent any vulture run by. All right, we have the move forward from the science vessel. I heard something involving cloaking. We do have Arbiter, but it's not anywhere near the front line. Plus, there is a science vessel. However, if you can stasis the science vessel, then that does prevent it from detecting. Bunch of unsieged tanks here. Pecan looking at this. He's ready to go. Moving forward. He's also moving around in a big flanking maneuver. 3 control groups. No upgrades. No cares. He's going to spot the battlecruisers. Is that going to scare him? I don't think it is. Battlecruiser already down to half health. Big siege up, but down goes the BC. Unfortunately, these dragoons are going directly into the siege line. Needs to back out now. About half the dragoons make it away up to high ground. A good victory for Pecan, who is maxed out at this point. But again, just has his forge spinning now to get his +1 upgrades. He's got arbiters, he's got zealots, he's got stereos, he's got radios. He's got everything it takes. Just kind of chilling around here on the high ground. He's got to contain, but he doesn't know about the extra base. And the extra base is going to be making even more battle cruisers. Oh, I love it. Finally setting up the control tower on the third starport over here, making more supply depots. One of the big problems with Terran in general is it's really hard to manage your SimCity and your layout because supply depots are so big and you need so many of them. And you just randomly lose SCVs to the middle of buildings here and there. God, Terran really is the hardest race, and I'm not just saying that to sound like Artosis. But once you get out of the early game, you can just sit there. That's what we got going on right now. You just sit there. Ooh, stasis? Stasis? Not the best stasis, but it is still a stasis. Now, pull them under the Arbiter. Pull them under the Arbiter. Move forward while you're cloaked. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Pecan crushing it. Oh, this is looking spicy. These zealots ripping and tearing away at the tanks. Don't even have any upgrades. They say, we are but men, but we are powerful. Taking out the entirety of that tank line, now onto the natural, slipping right through the gap. Running up, they're going to be trying to hit this tank down. We have a couple of battle cruisers coming. And these Dragoons aren't going to be able to make it by yet. There's actually not that many Dragoons remaining. However, the ones back here just finished their +1. They're going to be able to take down the BC in the back. There's 2 more up here, though. All of the supply for Melo is in battle cruisers. Even Stasis is one, and GG is called. Game 1 in favor of Pecan. I think as far as Tier 4 games go, that's about as thrilling as you're going to get. I'm happy with that. We'll update the scoreboard in just a minute. All right. Hopefully we got another one coming right down the pipeline. Loser picks. Pecan is up 2-0 right now in a best of 5. So 1 more win and he will be the king of Tier 4. Overall, pretty good though. Like, definitely left something to be desired for macro. But you gotta think about it too. Like, those of us who've been playing this game, battle cruisers fighting arbiters, yeah. We got the Tier 4 Grand Finals. Pecan is up 2-0 right now. We still got 1 more to go, at least, at the very least. And I feel like if we get out of supply block land, if we get out of the land of supply block, Melo could definitely take at least 1 game off Pecan, if not, to get the reverse sweep. All right, Melo's calling for knockout. If, I'm gonna jump into the game and tell him they switched to, he called for knockout. Okay. Yep. So anyways, Melo has picked knockout here, wants to play on there. Oh, G-Force and WorstZerg Bavaria playing for Tier 3 loser bracket finals, and then it'll be ZVT. Okay, so you made it to Grand Finals, iNdo? I think you were around when Dada was saying it, but as far as my bracket goes, you're the king of Tier 3, and I hate it. I'm still upset. I'm holding a grudge. This is my angry face. If I get to cast your game, I'm going to be rooting against you the entire time. I actually won't do that. I'm an unbiased and impartial caster. Thank you, Pecan. I just recognized that. I'm so bad about rejoining lobbies after I've left. Like, I am... It hurts my brain sometimes. And hey, the one thing I will say... You know what's really disappointing sometimes? So, Tier 4 games, almost universally, probably because every Tier 4 is an American dad or like someone who's like in their 40s and has been playing Starcraft since like 1999, but only using the mouse and didn't know hotkeys existed until just now. But every tier 4 game I see has a fantastic connection. And the higher up you get, the worse your connection is. I feel like that's just such a shame. Because we've got 4 people in here and there's no lag whatsoever, but you wouldn't even be able to notice it. Oh, Melo's 14. All right. So, how's it feel to know that you're probably playing against like some 40-year-old dad who's been playing since 1999? No, I'm kidding. Man, this game's older than you are. That's actually kind of awesome. When we're not playing, I'm gonna want to know how you got into StarCraft 1. But that's like that's the winner's interview after you kick Pecan's ass. All right. You better not be in my stream. You're getting banned. All right. Game 2, technically game 3, but you know, the second game of the series, the third game in score. Pecan versus Melo. So, Pecan, I liked a lot of their like general thoughts and everything. The optimization. Eventually, it all kind of falls out just because of the fact that like there's a lot to do and it's really hard to manage. But I just kind of played Gateway Man into Arbiter, and that's typically a very strong Protoss strat. They went last game 1 gate Cyber. So one of the things that like I like to think about, and it's really curious to me, is at low levels, how much breadth do you have in your builds? And how much depth do you have? Or not depth, but like how many, do you choose just different builds for the sake of choosing a different build? Or if it ain't broke, do you try and fix it? Do you even know a build order? So like I come from playing fighting games. I play a lot of Street Fighter. So one of the things that I think is like, you know, if somebody doesn't show you that they can beat something, then keep abusing it. Like if they can't counter your BBS or your 9 pool, just keep doing it until they beat it. Especially in set play, where you get a best of 5. Like, if something works once, do it again. But not everyone's like that. Not everyone's thinking like, you know what? I want to try and just force them to adapt and show me that they can beat something. So this could be a case of like looking for novelty, or just recognizing that you messed up something before and trying to fix it. So in this case, Melo doing kind of the same idea that they had done before of walling the high ground means that you have this early second supply depot, but it's also going to put a huge delay on your factory timing because he's not getting gas. So it's almost like a gasless expand, but I feel like it's going to be more of wall up, put a couple Marines down, and then get the gas about now is when we should be seeing it. But get the gas late, and then use that as a... Okay, so yeah, he's going to be going through and making the gas right now. That's exactly what we get here. Meanwhile, Pecan doing the same thing as before. We've got the 1 gate cyber play. If I'm correct, we're going to be seeing 1 gate cyber into Robo after an expansion. So, Pecan is definitely of the fighting game philosophy of, you know what we're going to do? We're going to force you to prove that you can beat the same idea. Melo's already got a SCV out on the natural. I wonder if he is going for a gasless, well, not a gasless expand, but like a gas expand before the factory. Nope, just a supply depot here, no bunker. So we're going to be having the factory come down before the expansion. We've got 3 supply depots going to be on the way. I feel like it's usually 2 supply expand, but I might be wrong. And then again, this is tier 4, so like you don't necessarily know the exact details. Burning Light, yeah, it's two supply. Okay. And we've got the expansion coming down before the factory, so technically this is it's a gas expand. I'd really like to see the bunker out here to protect in case he decide to try and do a run by with a Dragoon. I don't expect to see it because of the fact that Pecan last game was playing very, very passive. And on top of that, you've got the trench here now. So yeah, just another supply depot. Melo really likes these building walls. And it can, like, create a big sense of feeling safe. He walls the high ground, he walls the low ground, he walls Jericho, you know? And here we go. Okay, there's the bunker. So I do like this adaptation here. Sees the Dragoon. Maybe he's listening on stream. Okay, cancels the bunker. Ooh, getting spicy. Do we have a factory behind? We do not have a factory behind. Big money here for Melo, but he's getting a little bit overwhelmed. He's getting a little bit lost in the sauce. Meanwhile, Pecan spending like his life depends on it. He's got that Robo coming down. It's going to be one gate Robo Observer. Not going to be seeing the Reavers, not going to be seeing the shuttles. But I don't blame him. That's a hard way to play. Alright, so 4 Marines out. Let's get him up in the bunker. We've got 2 factories coming down at the same time now. Melo catching up for lost time, making up for lost time. Powering out of 2 command centers. Wants to get that SCV count up and running. We got loaded up. Alright. And Pecan pretty wisely not going too heavy on his units right now. Has his second gateway and observatory coming up. But trying to avoid over-investing into units that he's not going to be using now that he recognizes he can't break the front. SCV over here running around, just not sure if he's looking for a sneaky base or if he's just scouting around and checking. Melo did take that sneaky third base in the last game, but he doesn't have the money for it right now. So yeah, I think this is just more of running around and making sure that Pecan hasn't tried anything cheeky-breaky. Does Melo even know where... Okay, yeah, he knows where Pecan is. He's seen, he's come across here with a SCV. That SCV is currently over on this side. 2 Dragoons up. You can pressure the front. Even if you're forced into the trench, you can pressure the front with the Dragoons. I'd like to see Pecan try and pressure on these Vultures. Vultures are very, very bad against Dragoons, obviously. But said Pecan really likes to focus on his own base. I do respect that. If you can get to the point where it becomes more efficient in doing that, that's what makes you a macro monster. A little bit of a supply block now for Pecan, getting a couple of pylons. And once again, we've got the starport here from Melo. So last game he went for 3 factory eventually into starport with battle cruisers. Didn't really pan out for him all that well, but gonna have to see how it goes this time. I like the missile turret here just in case of DT tech. Now we're not gonna be seeing DTs. We don't even have a citadel yet, just 4 gateways. But it is a pretty decent option. Couple of scans going down. Where do you scan? Looking at various base right over here. Okay. And we've got a sneak expand. Bottom left. Ooh. Alright, a bunch of vultures here actually trying to man fight a Dragoon, and the Dragoon is running away. Nobody told this Dragoon that he's supposed to beat a vulture. Now, then again, that is 5 vultures on here. Speedless vultures, mind you, but 5 vultures. That might be able to pick some carrion off of the, pick some meat off of the bones from that dead man. Automod, why are you like this? Automod, why are you like this? Ninja is not a bad word. I know that in some cultures, in some context, it's a bit of a bypass. But ninja is not a bad word in this context, not at all. Alright, so Pecan really just focusing on getting his third up and going. This time he's got the forge. So he's going to be getting his upgrades at a little more reasonable of a time. And just powering out Dragoons. You know, since everyone who's in a Dragoon is supposed to be dead, I hate to see how dug up and unearthed Protoss graveyards look, man. Like, that is just a terrifying thought. The Protoss Undertakers have to be the most, like, underappreciated job of the Protoss Armada. Because they're just always burying and digging up people, especially with how much Zealots just die to mines, to vultures, to tanks. Zealots are the disposable ones, and then Dragoons are just, you bring them back to life. Pecan back out onto the map, though. He's got a minor supply lead. Melo, couple of vultures out in front. We haven't seen any mines go down yet. Additionally, tanks are not sieged up. But he's doing a great job of spending. And once again, we've got... looking for the battlecruiser tech. Melo. He wants to do the same idea as he had before. A little bit of mech, 3 factory with some battlecruisers to back it up. But you've got to be producing out of it, though, is the big thing. When you've got these ideas, there's one principle that everybody knows in StarCraft, and if you don't know it, that's the first step to getting a little better. That's more stuff beats less stuff. So, right now, I mean, you've got the potential to make a lot of stuff, but you're not making it out of half of your buildings. So you gotta enable yourself to get more stuff. That's a battlecruiser on the way. That's 2. I seen that minerals go down. I know what that means. Pecan working on getting himself more stuff as well. Look at this. 12 gateways soon to be completed. That is a lot of production. A lot of production on 3 bases. 4 gateways per base. If it's anything like the math in StarCraft 2, I remember how that goes. Oh, unfortunately, a tank and a Goliath can get picked off down here. Possibly tried to cross the map over to this way. This Ninja expand, same idea as before. Okay, I like the mining here. He's blocking his own ability to take the expansion, but basically dictating, I do not want to take this expand. Melo, unsieging, needs to move forward. What's he looking at right now? Focusing just on his own base, trying to get some buildings put down, handle his SCVs, more supply. Oh, he was nearly supply blocked. Okay, handling all of that. We've got spinning upgrades, so plenty of stuff here. Ways for Melo to populate his supply. Ooh, there is the observer here, though, so these Dragoons are not going to be walking into the minefield unless they get pressured. If these tanks siege up here and you get vision onto the high ground with the vultures, this could actually be pretty powerful. But there's no vision to protect it, unfortunately. No vision to enable this push. Tanks sieging up on the high ground. Ooh, I love this. I love this. Not quite positioned right. If you can just bait the Dragoons in a little bit further, they'll get shelled by the entire line of siege tanks. Good idea from Melo, but nice control and positioning there from Pecan. All right, we've got our first couple of battlecruisers out here. Now, the big question I've got, because, you know, I have not seen tank vulture battlecruiser before, is the upgrades. Are you going for ground upgrades or air upgrades? What do you prioritize? What is Melo gonna be going for here? What is going on in that little skull of his? Ooh, Arbiter Tech out here again for Pecan. A big ball of Zealots. As Manshark likes to say, a full G-house of Zealots. Once those come across the map, that's going to be dangerous. You need mines, you need vulture, you need a big critical mass of stuff to beat that many Zealots. Because the one thing I said before, more stuff beats less stuff. I feel like Pecan was drawing with the Zealots there, like real Rorschach test. Alright, potentially looking for a stasis. Battlecruiser against Arbiter. This is what we're here for. Coming across the bridge here. Not a fantastic... Oh, the battlecruiser out of position. He has to get pulled back. Okay, nice control here. But this time, Pecan spotting the ninja base with the zealots, coming out and ready to crush. The liftoff is up. The SCVs are running, and the battlecruiser doing what battlecruisers do of slowly picking away at the ground forces that can't do anything to fight back against it. This battlecruiser, though, got pulled back into the fray again, and down he goes. The battlecruiser, mighty in concept and frail in execution, but the tanks here, there's so many tanks. Nice run in from these zealots, making these connection. Also a great stasis there, taking 4 tanks out of the fight. But these mines are going to do a lot of work here. Decent connection, not quite connecting with those mines, in fact. And he doesn't have any ability to see. Oh no! Do we have comsats? Do they have energy? We do have comsats. They do have energy, but he just doesn't have the mental wherewithal to pick them up. Actually moving the Arbiter forward, out of sync a little bit, but look at this. The Arbiter, the cloak, it's so imbalanced. How am I supposed to fight Invisible Men? Oh, Mello. I love the way you've been playing. I love the gumption, but I am very afraid for your tournament life right now. Tournament life on the line. Oh my god, the barracks comes down. Unfortunately, it can't crush the zealots. This isn't the old patch where you could crush certain units with a liftoff drop. However, really nice walling up here from the SCVs. There's nothing to do the damage behind them. So we're just gonna see everything fall apart here, and all the time that's being bought isn't going to do anything, unfortunately. Pecan is going to be the king of Tier 4. Well done to them. Give it up for the king.
Hail to the king, baby.
So well done, Pecan. That's gonna close out Tier 4. It's done. And we've got Tier 3 finals coming up. iNdo and... Ooh, oh no. Wow. Yeah, that hidden base over there. He done that in the first game too. He had that hidden base over there, but the problem is he just didn't have the upgrades, didn't have the... yeah, like the macro to keep everything moving out there. He's like, you know what, man? I'm gonna spend all my money on battle cruisers. It's easy to produce out of, and it's like, yeah, that's a really cool idea, but it just doesn't quite work out. But Mello, great play, man. I love to see you keep improving. I hope you keep playing here, man, because that's yeah, even just from square one, I'm sure you've gotten a lot better. Pecan's been killing it this season. Now, Pecan's playing Protoss. Pecan's been playing Protoss. We can't give them too much credit, because really, when you think about it, Protoss is kind of the baby race. Just don't tell S guy said that, because he still was my ass. All right. If I can. I think I can. I want to get up there, and I want to get the grand finals match of Tier 3. Yeah, buddy. iNdo, you get in there. I gotta root for WorstZerg Bavaria. You got a lobby up? You got creds from me, baby? I hope you do. Yeah, Mello, you played your heart out. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking for the iNdo game right now. I don't know if we've got it up or if they're just chilling right now. I'm trying to filter and it's just being very fussy. All right, WorstZerg's gonna host. Cool. You know, so a lot of people like to clown on tier 4. Say like, oh, all they do is turtle up, it's not real StarCraft. But genuinely, I think the more interesting thing about it is the psychological aspect of it and recognizing like where people get hung up, as opposed to just, oh, they're playing StarCraft, they hit the storms. And that's the reason why I really like casting tier 4, because like I don't have to sit there and be like, oh my god, I can play ever. But instead you just get to be like, look, this is you're obviously overwhelmed. There's obviously things that you have to improve on, and that's cool. Because perfection sucks. Until you get to the point of like actually being like nearing perfect. Alright, but we're waiting on WorstZerg Bavaria and iNdo. And this is actually kind of an interesting matchup too, because both of them are Zergs, but they're also players that I both feel like would be right at home in tier 2. WorstZerg Bavaria, I think, was C rank at one point and then kind of demoted for a while. Ooh, lag's bad. Hopefully it evens out. Big thing here is, they do have a bit of a latency here, but I'm hoping that it ends up being fine. WorstZerg Bavaria saying he's used to fighting Peruvian Protosses on IC Cup. Man, that brings back that was like basically how I cut my teeth in StarCraft back in like 2008, 2009. And I was just getting dominated. I played Terran. I had no idea what a build order was. It was just like, man, this is so hard. But yeah, WorstZerg Bavaria is really a beast. I think he's like up to C tier. I think that iNdo's at the same point. Both these guys are cracked out of their mind. And iNdo's ZVZ style in particular, he can do, he's been pioneering the Killa Ace build. Ooh, bad split for WorstZerg Munich, unfortunately. Or Bavaria, as the case may be. But no, he's been playing this, yeah, Killa Ace build, where you go for overpull into 3 hatch, and you just kind of flood slowlings, but there's a million other builds he's got in his toolkit as well. But the big thing about it is, like, he can really play a macro style in ZVZ, which is kind of insane. And the only match that I have seen WorstZerg Bavaria play is ZVZ. He just always gets it on the ladder and complains about it in Discord, which I do too. That's not a diss. But, no, I've seen him pull some rabbits out of hats on ZVZ, so I'm really curious about what we're gonna get here. And I talked about, like, kind of getting the psychological battle in a low-tier game, but even though this is, like, a little bit higher tier, a little bit stronger players... Oh, thank you, Crimson Joe. Oh my god, Crimson Joe is the guy I get confused by. Okay, this is WorstZerg Munich as Zerg, and this is iNdo also as Zerg, and I believe that iNdo is in winners, so he is up 1, and we are on Silkie. Thank you. But no, ZVZ in set play versus ZVZ on the ladder is a completely different animal. It's actually super interesting because I talked about like how at low tiers, a lot of it comes down to the psychology of the players and like how overwhelmed are you? How able to juggle everything are you? But in here, you have to make that assessment before the game even starts. You have to be able to think about like what is your opponent likely to do? There's this big rock, paper, scissors, lizard Spock of builds in ZVZ and what beats what and what has advantage against what. But in this case, though, like, if you get caught up in... All right, we're going to have a 9-pull speed out of WorstZerg Munich. And this is going to be a overpool. I think this is going to be that 3-hatch style I was talking about. Because I think we're going... no, he's getting gas, so it could be like overpool lair, overpool speed. Okay, overpool speed, and he's going to do a full cut. So we're going to be seeing 3 hatches in just a moment here. And over here, I think we're getting lair, and we will not be seeing an expand out of WorstZerg Munich. Lings coming down across the ramp. WorstZerg really wants to just try and push this advantage right away, but the larva advantage for iNdo is going to come into effect in a little bit over a minute. So this is actually really spooky. Typically, overpool is seen as having an advantage against 9-pull as well, but this opening time can get really, really scary. 1 Ling making it by, that can make all the difference, but there's already 2 Ling advantage here for iNdo. 1 Ling getting brought down, now trying to get the run by in, looking for the mineral line. Is he going to find it? Not quite finding the drones. Nice pull from iNdo, loses the mining time, keeps the workers. Back to the hatchery now. iNdo's natural being brought very low. Is he going to keep it? I don't think so. He managed... Oh, I thought that the retarget was going to be just enough. And now iNdo is also supply blocked, but he has a pretty solid and substantial Ling advantage. He's just going to cross the map for it right now. No Spire coming down yet for WorstZerg Munich. Needs a little bit more in terms of his gas before he can pick that up. There's even a drone coming across the way. If he sets up a creep colony on the creep here for an offensive sunken, I am going to lose my mind. Nice Sim City here from WorstZerg Bavaria. Good surround there as well, but the count is still looking very favorable, trying to bring down the spawning pool. Is he going to go for it? He can't get the separation he needs. I don't think he's even aware this sunken doing some serious work. And yeah, the drone's not going to be able to get... Oh my god, he might sneak this in here. Creep colony? Okay, Bavaria is aware. Bavaria is aware, but that's going to buy some extra time. Lair is coming, though, and this is very, very, very far behind for iNdo. He doesn't have a second hatchery. He's going for Hydras now. The Spire is halfway done for WorstZerg Bavaria. The only saving grace he has right now is there's only 7 drones for WorstZerg Bavaria. How many do we have here? 8? Oh, that's not much of an advantage. And going for the extra hatchery now. So these equalize the drone counts in favor of potentially more infrastructure. Might lose an extra drone. Oh my word. You talk about it being a knife fight in a phone booth, but this really is. There's so many tiny things that can go right or wrong. And right now, WorstZerg Munich can't even make any more Lings. Oh my god, he's going after the extractor. If he gets... You can't save this. You don't have Lings. The mutas are still going to take too long to hatch. This is actually very, very, very serious damage if he gets this. Now, the problem is the mutas are still going to be out, though, and the mutas are still going to be able to do damage. But now, look at the Lings. Focusing on the drones. 1 drone down, 2 drone down. The economy for WorstZerg Bavaria is in the gutter. He has 4 drones remaining. This just comes down to the Sim City. It comes down to the Muta Micro and keeping the drones alive as you try and pull every which way. The spawning pool is finally done. iNdo working on just slowly picking off the Overlord. Now, Hydras are not the best against Mutalisks. Not the best against really any unit in the ZVZ matchup until you get critical mass. But the problem is ZVZ is such a larva-starved matchup that you really don't get the opportunity of getting critical mass most of the time. Very few there's no Lings remaining in the base. iNdo's just going to take these in, threaten the counterattack. Meanwhile, this is going to be a supply block for iNdo, who has inflicted the supply block on his opponent as well. This is as tight as it gets in this matchup. Down to 7 drones here for iNdo. The Hydra's trying to fight down the Mutas, but the Mutas are going to outscale. One Hydra goes down. Nice micro there from WorstZerg Bavaria. He's going to get all 3 Hydras here. We are up to 6 drones on this side of the world. 4 Hydras ready to move out. iNdo, I've seen you do this before. I know what you wanted to do. Incoming Mutas trying to pick off the drones. That stack's not going to do you too much good. The Hydras are actually just running all the way across. I think these have to be Hydras then. That's the only thing that they could be to keep the drone safe. Going to try and hide in the gas here, but down to 3 drones and doesn't have any money left. Oh my god, if he loses these drones, the game's over. Unless he can get critical damage across the map. There's only 2 drones remaining. If WorstZerg Bavaria finishes off these 2 drones, the game is absolutely over unless critical damage can occur. There is no drones remaining for iNdo. It is all coming down to this. 2 Sunkens. I don't think iNdo has enough. I think this is going to be the equalizer right away. Neo Sylphid will go the way of WorstZerg Bavaria. Absolutely banger match so far. Trying to pick off the drones, but WorstZerg has so much money still for a ZVZ. He is flush with capital. Mutaling. Ling is going to charge incoming Mutas to follow it up. And this is not enough Hydras to take it down. The supply is 0. The game is 0. iNdo going down. WorstZerg Bavaria up 1-1. Well, tied 1-1 now. What a match. Let me just do a quick validation real quick. WorstZerg coming up from the bottom, so yes. We are at 1-1. I did not get the scores wrong. Absolutely. And who said Zerg versus Zerg was a fun matchup? It's a fun matchup to watch. But could you try making sense of that? Could you try navigating that? Could you try experiencing that? Because I wouldn't want to. That just seems stressful. Even more stressful than your usual, stressful than your usual Starcraft game. And I love the stress. Yeah, it really is just firstest with the mostest. Like, it's... Zerg versus Zerg is how greedy can you be? And the answer is not very. 1 drone is considered greedy. But if you get greedy and you get out ahead and you get the extra larva, then suddenly it's just boom, crushing. But it's hard to do that. It's hard to do that. Very hard. Okay, we've got ourselves another game coming up. We've got Radion. Why am I doing that voice? I don't know. All right. So iNdo versus WorstZerg Munich, or Bavaria as the case may be. Really good game 1. I think this one could go the distance. I would love to see WorstZerg Bavaria break my bracket. I didn't actually make a bracket, but if you guys did make a bracket or a bingo sheet for this game, by the way, feel free to go ahead and send your filled out bingo sheets to Anderson. You can tag him in Discord as well. Yeah, Manshark as well will be giving out prizes for whoever wins with their bingo sheet. So if you have made bingo already, please ping Anderson with your bingo sheet, but then also send the finished bingo sheet to Manshark with a ping in Discord. You need to ping both of them. One to get the sheet validated and one to get the rewards given for you. So that's just kind of like a quick little PSA. In the meanwhile, though, big question that we have is iNdo going to pivot off of this style? If he could have kept that natural up, which was so close to sticking, the game would have gone completely differently. So I wonder if he's going to stick with the same overpool style, or if we're going to see something a little different. WorstZerg Bavaria might just be going... He's going to be going for a 9-hatch here. Pulling this off. So the advantage to 9-hatch is you get... It gives you, like, a temporary setback in larva for basically the fastest, like, mid-game larva advantage that you can get. I say mid-game like there is a mid-game in ZVZ, but... The idea is that you should be able to flood lings harder than your opponent. It basically gives you, like, 1 or 2 larvae more than someone who's going for, like, a 12-hatch, for instance, but you're going to have a, disadvantage in terms of your economy. So you can see the larvae here are just kind of, like, stockpiling like mad. In fact, he hasn't even gone for an Overlord yet. This is kind of... I usually like doing, like more of a 999 style instead of going for this 978 or 987. But WorstZerg Munich is going to be going for like a 987 so he can get the gas and the excuse me. Ooh. The gas in the spawning pool faster, but not going to be able to break his supply cap more. So he actually sacrifices his larva advantage by a lot doing this. But again, okay, yeah, you can still come out of it. Basically, you spend more time capped at 3 larvae. Oh, sorry, that was a really, really nasty sneeze. I have some of the worst sneezes ever. Like, it just completely takes me out of the game for a while. Okay. So with this, though, once again, WorstZerg Munich is going to be able to get the Zergling with the speed timing out pretty strong, and he's going to be trying to pressure this natural again. So iNdo had the problem last time of not having quite enough Zerglings and not having not being able to block off his ramp. That's kind of the disadvantage that you have when you go for a fast natural instead of doing a hatch in base. But because this is to the wrong base now, with decent micro, iNdo might be able to just kind of really crush this. I feel like his ling count is very similar. I don't know the timings that both of them had on the, whatchamacallit, on speed. Speed is done here for iNdo, and looks like it is also done for WorstZerg Bavaria? Yes. So both of them have speed, but I think that iNdo has slightly more lings, or at least more ling production. And he's also got this sunken. So this is exactly where iNdo wants to be. We're going to see him really have a good chance of kind of crushing it here. The other thing is WorstZerg Bavaria had not pulled his drones off of gas for a long time. Ooh, bit of a move out here. I think this is bad for iNdo. Yeah, he has to pull back. Wait, this is really bad for iNdo. He's losing a lot of lings. Suddenly his supply is looking really bad. He needs to just wall off this ramp. Let the Sunken do some work. But no, WorstZerg Bavaria... No, iNdo, in fact, has a ton of gas. I'm sorry, I thought that was WorstZerg Bavaria who had it. But iNdo has a ton of gas right now that he hadn't pulled off. So, he's on a lot less minerals than he would like to be, and I think that he would be looking for a 3rd hatch at this point if he had those minerals to try and get an even bigger larva advantage. Instead, I think he's just going to lose here, getting ling flooded. The natural's going to go down, and from here, he doesn't have enough production to make up for it. The lair has no spire backing it. There's no Sunkens on the high ground. This is game over. WorstZerg Bavaria is going to go up 2-1. Yo, Rice Hat, thank you for the raid, brother.
Snap to a Slim Jim, brother.
I don't know why I'm talking like this, dude. Casting does weird things to me. Casting does weird things to me.
ZVZ does weird things to a lot of people. But damn, WorstZerg Bavaria just did some weird things to iNdo. We got ourselves a 2-1 right now. Let me go ahead and update that scorecard before we come away from here. Yeah, this is the grand final of Tier 3. All right, Escalade. There you go. Be happy. Mello, welcome back. All the raiders from Rice Hat Stream, welcome in, welcome in. Let's just take a quick look and see how we got here while I'm waiting for this game. So, my bracket, my personal bracket, because I didn't fill one out, but I did made it in my head. And if you filled out a bracket for Tier 3, by the way, I need you to take the bracket with a timestamp from before the tournament started, and I need you to send that to Anderson. Ping him in Discord, please. And then if you have won the bracket or think that you're about to win the bracket, I need you to take the completed bracket, and I need you to send that to Manshark. Also ping him. But my bracket had iNdo winning this. I actually didn't even have I had him like kind of going out in round 3. I had GeForce Tesla going up against iNdo at the top here. But an absolute like crushing run from both players all the way through here. And am I gonna get into the game? Yeah. All right. But overall, a clean sweep from iNdo across a lot of ZVZs. A lot of ZVZs. I don't think he's played... Okay, he played against one Protoss and I think GeForce Tesla is a Terran. But, WorstZerg Bavaria stayed on the upper hand the entire time until, he beat iNdo. And this is now a run back from the semifinals. So this could be a huge moment here for WorstZerg Bavaria, who has not lost a game yet in the grand finals to iNdo. iNdo's only point is from the inherited 1 point, the inherited win from being in the upper bracket. But all right, I believe this is Polypoid here. Let me go ahead and update that map. Didn't do it on the last time around. So, iNdo, both these guys have had C-rank accounts. I don't know if they are C-rank now, but they have had them. They're very, very strong players for Tier 3. Anyways, though, iNdo is probably what I would describe as the closest thing to being able to play a macro-style ZVZ, which, if you know anything about the matchup, is absolutely mental. And WorstZerg Munich is probably like the tightest build orders in Tier 3 Zerg. Really, really good execution and micro overall. Like, might make a couple of slip-ups here and there, but just his build order choice and like the strategical layer, I feel like is really, really strong. Quit your yapping in chat. Everyone's like, C-rank Tier 3 is hippie! Alright. So, this is going to be an overpool from iNdo. This is a style that he likes to do, where he's going to go for an overpool into fast expand. However, he's been beaten twice with this. The big problem with that is it opens up a timing attack that WorstZerg Munich, WorstZerg Bavaria, has been pulling off every single game. But if you can hold, it has the potential to be really, really powerful. The big problem, though, is that you cannot afford to throw away Lings, and last game, that's exactly what he did. Both games, in fact. The first one, he didn't even manage to get the expansion up. That was on Neo Sylphid, though, and Neo Sylphid's kind of weird when it comes to the expansion and how you can get Lings in and out of the main. So anyways, we have that expansion coming out here, and we are going to be seeing most likely 9-pool speed from WorstZerg Bavaria. He's done this both games so far. And he's gone for 9-pool speed into 1-hatch lair, I think. So very much a third verse, same as the first kind of thing. And you can see that right now we've got even counts of lings with a slight larva disadvantage for the overpool because of having made the hatchery here and cranked out one more drone. But the reinforcements are going to show up for WorstZerg Bavaria before they're able to show up here for iNdo. So this just comes down to getting your surface area right. The first game, iNdo had left the ramp open, or left the path into his main open, and was able to get around, or WorstZerg Bavaria was able to get around and cause the lings to split, just taking some seriously good engagements. This time, here comes speed. iNdo going for the slow ling play this time. This is what I've seen him do before. This is a very much kill it A style. But the micro here that you can get out of WorstZerg Bavaria is showing why speed is so important. You try and go around for the lings, and in they come to the main, starting to crush away at the drones. There's no sunken here. He did not morph it, pulling the drones all the way to the natural. No mining time the entire time here. And just running around the lings, trying to make it through, clogging the ramp a little bit, but the lings are on top of the drones the entire time. There's 6 drones here fighting. WorstZerg Bavaria has 300 minerals, could throw down a hatchery if he wants to, is on lair instead though, waiting for the gas to get his spire up. And this is all slowlings. It's a huge flood of slowlings, but even while you're moving across the map like this, WorstZerg Bavaria could backstab you with the lings in reserve here. 5 lingskins enough to finish off all of these drones. iNdo. Yes, VODs are on Mellow, so you can go ahead and rewatch everything that I've done here, all of my horrible games, all of your awesome games, and all of the craziness we are about to witness here. Now, the big thing about iNdo here is he has insane... Well, he doesn't even have the 3rd hatchery. He doesn't have insane production here. But he might be able to crack this. No, the efficiency that WorstZerg Bavaria is getting here is cracked. It's not cracked lings, but it is cracked. The sunken here, they gotta be enough to drive this away. And iNdo's just gonna try and return to macroing. But in come the lings. There's only 4 of them, though. There is a sunken here. 3 hatcheries. Trying to drone up. Could get the drill. Very nice control of these drones. Not going to lose a single one. Takes out all of those. But the big problem now is the spire. iNdo absolutely has to go Evo. He has to go for spores, and that's going to set him back a decent bit. But he's going to try and get all the damage that he can. Not going to find a drone, unfortunately, out of this, though. But we are 6 drones on a lot more than 6 drones. 8 drones, 10 drones here for iNdo, but he needs that Evo. Evo's going down right now. He needs to get spore colonies ASAP, and he needs just a ton of lings. But to do that, he needs the money to do that. And that's why we have so many drones. We're at like 11 drones. Are you kidding me? This is so rich for a ZVZ. And WorstZerg Bavaria realizes that there's basically no lings here. These lings can't come across the map and do any damage. Sure, he's going to lose the Overlord, but these mutas, as long as you can get the spores down in time, are going to drive this away. This is actually how iNdo likes to play. Look at his drone count here. If he survives these mutas, he is incredibly far ahead. But the big thing is he has to survive the mutas. He has to have the money to get these spores up, and he has to have the time. Incoming... So yeah, this base is now inassailable. These mutas can't do anything except for maybe a tiny angle over here. So he's going to rotate to the natural, but the natural has spores as well. iNdo is supply blocked, so he's not going to be able to get anything further here. Also has to tech, also has to gas. But... now you need to figure out how to transition out of this when you're supply blocked, when you only have 7 drones and half of them are on gas for WorstZerg Bavaria. This is one of the most awkward situations you can be in this matchup, because now your opponent is turtled in and they have a superior economy to you. They also have more larva production. The only thing you have is map control, so you kind of need to double expand, but that is scary as hell when you don't know what your opponent's doing. And he's still droning! The cojones on this man! He says, I am not afraid of your Zerglings at all! And he has a right to say that! Look at this! There is nothing in production but drones! The absolute disrespect! So WorstZerg Bavaria is going to now take the expansion, but he is 2 hatcheries down and countless drones down at this point. These spores are very well positioned as well to drive away the mutas. You need so many more to be able to fight into this. This is nasty. iNdo working on the gas. Getting a 4th hatchery. No way. No way. Maybe, okay, no angle there either. iNdo has done exactly this thing to me. He has done exactly this thing to me before. This is how I lost my first game against him. Did this, basically this exact build, only I wasn't as good as ZVZ as WorstZerg Bavaria is, and I didn't hit the timing right. But still, this is, oh, this makes me angry. This is the reason why iNdo is at the top of my predictions, and this is the reason why I'm rooting for WorstZerg Bavaria, and he's letting me down right now. Okay. And yeah, now we're going to be seeing Hydralisks out of iNdo because he's got crazy production. He can't make it out to expand again. But when you have this many drones, when you're playing like a Protoss, or he's playing like a Terran right now. That's what this is. He's playing like Terran. Do you even need to expand again at this point? And yeah, there's no way in for these mutas. There is no option to get in. And what are the Zerglings gonna do? There's 2 Sunkens here. It's impossible to get up this ramp pretty much. There's Sunkens in the main. And there's a million drones that are just gonna drill the moment you get in, and you're gonna have to deal with the fact that there's the 2 Sunkens hitting you. Yeah, this is the most infuriating style of ZVZ there is. Trying to dive in now. And here come the drones. They're just going to go ahead and fight on this. He's focus firing down the Sunken, gets the first one. But just take a look at the amount of damage that's done. WorstZerg Bavaria is down to 18 supply, and the drone hit was basically nothing. He lost a single Sunken as iNdo. That's it. Coming across now with Ling. He's going to try to make one last-ditch effort to push onto the Sunken, but he's not going to find any purchase. And now the Hydras are actually the bodyguard of this Sim City. You can't even get by them to get to the Sunken anymore. Look at this. They're getting cut down in their prime. A full surround with 4, but that's not going to be enough. Down goes the Lings. And I think that's where WorstZerg Bavaria's chances at this game end. So he's gonna turtle up now, recognizing, okay, I don't think you've got lair, you don't have flyers or anything, you're just going for Hydra, and that's correct, but who needs lair right now? I have literally 40 supply up on you, 35 supply up on you. And this is just mental. So yeah, iNdo gonna continue just turtling. He's on 4 hatcheries. And he doesn't need to do anything. He's so far ahead. Yeah, we finally got droning out of WorstZerg Munich because he's like, okay, I can't play without having more drones. But he doesn't realize just how far behind he is. And take a look now, the army, the March of the Penguins. I guess these guys are kind of like penguin-ish. The March of the Hydras, though, across the map. I don't think any number of Sunkens is going to stop this. This is not a Marine bus there, buddy. Yo, Mari, how you doing? All copacetic, if you're what I think you are, you're gonna be in for a rude awakening. But if you like StarCraft, you're in the right place. We're gonna see a Hydra bust onto a wall of Sunkens. Here come the Lings. All right, that's enough to drive him back at least. WorstZerg Munich, he does not believe he's out of the game. Now, he doesn't know what we know, but that's okay. And with map control now, I'd like to see him try and take a third base and just continue pumping up. We've got the lair finally showing up here. Pretty good stuff here from iNdo, but the problem is he can't close it out. Will we see Defy? Okay, that's actually a really good question. I think what we're gonna actually see is lurkers out of iNdo. How many drones does this man make? That was an entire wave of drones in his... What is this? What is this ZVZ? I swear to God, this guy doesn't play Zerg, he plays Protoss. That's what this is. This is just ZVZ in a Protoss, PVZ in a Zerg suit. Okay, he is gonna actually lose this though. He spotted the drone on the Overlord. No burrow, in that wouldn't save because of the Overlord. But yeah, just send the Hydras out, kill off the Overlord, supply block him again. Do we have upgrades? We have +1 weapons, ranged weapons for iNdo. Yeah, tell me this doesn't look like a PVZ right now. If you just replace the Mutalisks with, like, Dragoons, this looks like a PVZ. Not the Hydralisks, I'm sorry. This is tier 3. Yeah, this is tier 3. This is tier 3 grand finals, and if you can see the scoreboard, if I updated it correctly, WorstZerg Bavaria is on match point. He's actually gone 2-0 so far. iNdo's coming out of the winner's bracket, but WorstZerg Bavaria has so far not given up a single game, and he doesn't want to give up this one, but I'm not sure how he gets back in it. You got 1-1 Hydras, my dude. 1-1 Hydras. How do you stop this? All right, we got Expand coming out here. So decided I can't take north, I'm gonna take west. 2 hatcheries on it. He's gonna SimCity this bad boyo up. Big flock of mutas, waka flock of flames. He's coming out here and ready to party. That is 9 mutas. I believe 9 is enough to one-shot a Hydra. Yes, it is, but not with +1 armor. This is enough to break the calculus. The armor is so good. But he's gonna fly into the main now, directly into the spores. But here come more Hydras. All he needs to do is just grab them. He's gonna focus fire down the spores, but here are these Hydras. Now, he's going to be able to crush the Hydras with this many mutas, but they are very, very dangerously low. The question is it going to be enough here, though? This is nice control from WorstZerg Bavaria, but he still has to deal with the positioning on these spore colonies. And I don't think iNdo cares about this much, to be honest. Like, he is playing this very, very passive. He's got Hive! We've got Hive Tech. Will we see Defiler? Are we? Oh my God, we got forward lurkers, but lurkers don't shoot up. Are the mutas gonna notice? No. Again, this is now like Terran versus Zerg in a way. These are the tanks, those are the mutas trying to harass against the missile turrets. Look at the tank spread, only it's not really a tank spread, it's just... You see what I'm saying here? I promise you, the metaphor makes sense in my head. God, what ZVZ comes out looking like this, man? This is absolutely lit. And yeah, he killed off a couple of the colonies there to try and break up the Sim City, but he's not going to kill off his Evo chamber and still can't make it through, so getting out of the main is actually super hard. Looking for the third, but it is very well spored up. However, there's almost an entire flock of Mutalisks here, too. Yes, you can spawn Broodling Zerg stuff. Any Zerg ground unit is targetable by spawn broodling. Trying to find any damage that he can. Gonna be focus firing down. He's got +1 now, so we're back to the point where a group of Mutalisks will one-shot a Hydra. We've got Queens? No way, we're actually gonna get ensnared. This is insane. No, they get the ensnare. Here they come, collapsing on the Mutalisks. No way! He has to go over no man's land. Another ensnare, another flank. Look at this. They have nowhere to go. They have to just sit right over the intraversible terrain, but there's nowhere for it to go. They can't. They're out of range as long as he just keeps spinning around. All of his APMs going into keeping these Mutalisks safe, and he calls GG. iNdo is winning. What is this game? All right. If you ask, do me the honors, baby. Pay the Gamba, pay the believers in iNdo. Woo! If you were here for some clown-ass Starcraft, you are in the right place. That is the wrong bracket. Let's take a look at this again. This is why these guys have crushed through the entire bracket. This is the run back for WorstZerg Bavaria. And the first two games, I felt anger. I felt that WorstZerg Bavaria was experiencing anger. He was burning red. But now, this is vengeance. This is saying you are not allowed to have your run back. I am iNdo. I deserve to have the win. I deserve to make staged bracket win. I deserve to make ManShark pay staged for the winning bracket. Which, by the way, guys, if you weren't aware, we do have brackets going on right now. It's kind of like a Super Bowl thing. So, you need to take the time-stamped bracket from before the games go. And you need to send that to Anderson to be validated, to make sure you didn't change it. And then you need your completed bracket to be sent to ManShark. You need to ping both of them in Discord. And when you do that, if you are the winners, you have the best bracket, then ManShark is going to pay you. I think he said it's in ankle pictures. I'm not sure, though. So, yeah, this is wild. There's, like, I'm pretty sure I hear circus music. I hear, the entertainer playing just off stream. And this is everything I could ask for in a ZVZ, except for defilers. We didn't get defilers. iNdo, you gave me the green goo. Why not the red goo? Ugh, my head hurts from this, man. All right. So, first question. Are we going to see iNdo change away from doing the overpool into fast hatch? Or is that what his ZVZ build is the entire time? Also, AZK, go ahead and shame this man for not doing the worker switch that gets you the slight boost. My pool is done. How about you? Also, let's shame this man for not knowing his mining optimizations here, not taking this patch, not boosting off of this patch. Come on, man. What kind of Zerg player are you? Look at how many minerals behind you are. Hey, AZK is a tier 3, and that man hits, like, regular, like, 2-minute layers. Never mind the fact that it's really, like, 248 or something like that, but, you know, just, shame. Alright, so let's take a look here. We've got the overpool. iNdo's going for his same build as before. I think we're getting greed here out of WorstZerg Munich. We've got an Overlord hatching here. Could be overpool. I'd like to see him actually going for, like, 12 hatch. 12 hatch, do the same build as what iNdo was doing, but do it greedier. Like, that's what I'm... Oh, we're getting it! This is how you beat this build. You just 12 hatch, and you do the same thing he's doing, but greedier. It actually works. Tier 3 Zerg versus Zerg is like the most degenerate thing because someone sees a build that works and everybody copies it. So I had one of the people that I played against earlier after iNdo do exactly what iNdo's build here was, and it was just like, how do I beat this? And I literally labbed this for hours with my team of like, okay, what do I do against this? This just seems so stupid. And then it was just like, you know what, man? Let's just go ahead and do what they're doing, but wait, what? iNdo? iNdo, what are you doing, sir? Is he taking a... Oh, this is dirty. He's doing the same thing, but slower and hidden. I am getting serious flashbacks from Effort versus Silkie here. WorstZerg Bavaria is going to go in here. He's going to see this mining. If we get... Oh my god, we're getting lair. He's faking 9-pool lair? This is so cool. This is so cool. This is awesome. Okay, I want iNdo to lose because he beat me. But this is a cool trick. This is a cool build. I really like what he's doing with this. I want Bavaria to win because iNdo beat me, and that's just not okay. I'm not allowed to lose. I'm sorry. That's also why I'm glad that Minirennac got knocked out, and why Dada should feel ashamed because he literally plug pulled when I was winning with the iNdo build. So, yeah, learn from your enemies, folks. And, ping Dada so that, he knows that he's a dirty plug puller. So yeah, we're gonna have this lair finishing up here. We're gonna have Spire coming out right away. Like, iNdo's actually really tight on his timing here. Look how many drones he's got. This guy is always greedy. He's going Spire here. If he needs to, he can throw down a Sunken, like, right in this little patch. But he's got so many Lings here. And we've just got the Ling Flood out of WorstZerg Bavaria, but a slower lair. He's gonna have the Spires so much slower. I hate the fact that this is working. I hate the fact that this is working. And WorstZerg Bavaria has no idea iNdo's gonna be able to get such stupid income off of this base. Oh, it actually, this grinds my gears. This makes me angry that this is going to work. Like, I can already see the way the rest of this game plays out. And the fact that I can see the way the rest of this game plays out makes me so upset. Oh, because yeah, all he's doing right now is just nothing but drones. Look, Mom, all drones. That's all it is. Additionally, so WorstZerg Munich, WorstZerg Bavaria, isn't doing the same thing that iNdo was doing, isn't actually running full greed. Because he's trying to make, like, all of these buildings, he's burning through his minerals, he's still mining gas here, and he's having a really hard time getting the drone count where he needs to be. Right now, he should actually be on 3 hatcheries. But because he's gone for this lair, he doesn't even have the Spire going out yet. He's, like, being pulled in all sorts of different directions, and it makes iNdo's lead and iNdo's very focused build so much stronger here. So first Mutalisk popping out here, and you can see that, like, how much of iNdo's larvae have been going to drones, so it's actually making this slower in terms of getting the Mutalisks out. But you've already forced all of these spore colonies up, and these are spores without a hatchery SimCity, without any Sunkens. So if he's got speed, which I don't know if he does or not, then iNdo can just run across the map with Zerglings and still do some terrible, terrible damage. Even though there's plenty of Lings here, like there's a fair few, iNdo has the production advantage, and it's only going to get better too, because I think he's gonna take a 3rd hatch. Check this right here, 3rd hatch going down. Maybe? No. Okay, he's gonna go back and take his natural? Is he gonna take the other ninja bait? Are you kidding me? So yeah, now iNdo's just scouting everywhere. He's like, okay, you've got spores up, but I have map control. So he's just running around, making sure that there's no bases anywhere, taking the natural, exactly what you're supposed to do on a, on lair, on one hatch lair, except for the fact that he's got the extra hatchery the entire time. Oh my god. Now, iNdo just has to defend this, or cancel? Cancel? Okay. Very nice control here from iNdo, not overcommitting. He has to keep that ramp, he has to keep the ramp blocked. He's got the sunk, he's gonna keep the natural. The mutas are here as well. This is held, this is parried. iNdo's gonna win the full game. And right now, I mean, we've got 6 mutas. We've got a small army of slow lings. But the big thing is we have an entire base advantage being built up. And there is no Sim City here. There's nothing to block the lings here. Mutaling is absolutely going to kill. There's no lings here even at all. He's trying to get around. I love the sneaking. Is he going to find the base? No shot. Checking, checking. He's going to check the other one now, too. Tell me he sees it. There's nothing defending it, but it's only one. It's only one. iNdo's going to go hunting for that ling. He can't afford to let this be seen. It doesn't even matter at this point. He's so far ahead. He's so far ahead. Does he find? He doesn't see the ling. But that scout still isn't going to be enough. He's not checking the base where it is. WorstZerg Bavaria is going to end this game without knowing why he's losing. Oh no, he misclicked. Yeah, that's just hiding under the tree here. One ling ran in, but now we've got the full engage. These lings just ready to rip and tear. A lot of lings here, but they're getting cut off by the mutalisks, cutting off the reinforcements. This might... That's enough to hold. Oh my god, that's enough to hold. But he's going to lose these drones, maybe. So many spores. Focus firing down the spores now. Another spore coming up. Had to figure out what to turn that into. This is a hanging spore now. It's just like a chess piece. You've just hung your spore. 5 mutas, still enough to fight. But instead, just going to try and stop the counterattack. No, just regrouping. The APM and attention requirements right now are very intense for both players. WorstZerg Bavaria just trying to find something on these counterattacks. He's still got the one ling out on the map, but he doesn't know about the extra base still. He's not going to be able to save this. To stop this, rather. And now the mutas cutting off the gap here. There's not enough mutas here for WorstZerg Bavaria to fight this out. There's also +1 armor on these mutalisks, making them so much harder to kill. But okay, this might be worth it. We've got a solid 7 mutalisks here, driving away the Overlord. Still very behind in supply, though. But if he can get in there, find this extra base. Okay. Okay, never mind. That's 13 mutalisks. 13 mutalisks with +1 armor against 7 mutalisks. It doesn't matter how much you micro this. WorstZerg Munich is not going to keep his 9 mutalisks now. And he's just like, what? How? He's gotta be so confused. I know I would. Look at how many there are. There's like 15 mutas here, man. WorstZerg is like, dude, did you like go single player? Did we turn cheats on? Is that what happened? Yeah, I've got a spore colony. What's it supposed to do when I've got like 80,000 mutas bearing down on me? How do you stop this many mutas, man? I don't have science vessels. I need... Okay, you know what you need, man? You need to get to Filer. You gotta plague them. He's gonna try and scout with the Scourge. He's looking to cut up the reinforcements as well. iNdo is so caught up in trying to prevent WorstZerg Bavaria from being aware of this extra base. It's hilarious. You can just go in there and crush. You have literally 40 supply of Mutalisks. Indo's actually gonna lose what little mining. So, okay, when I'm WorstZerg Bavaria now, I'm gonna look at this and be like, what is going on? You have like no drones here. And he's gonna fly over this base and see it. And when he does, I think it's time to GG. So hard to get the moving shot with two groups of mutas, but he's actually doing it. Oh man. Nice micro there from Indo. Holy smokes! Dang, man! Okay, gonna potentially go back around. Indo, just go in, my dude. Just go in. More Scourge. Scourge don't deal with this many Mutalisks too well. And he targeted all onto one. He didn't even split them. There's still 9 mutas there, and there's a less here. So this is going to get mopped up, but these lings are in here causing some chaos as well, killing off drones. Oh, and he was just microing over. Tell me Indo doesn't somehow lose this. This would be the most CPL throw of throws if he manages to actually lose this game. He is so far ahead. There's so many floated minerals here for WorstZerg Bavaria. Okay, here comes more Mutalisks. Regrouping, the control groups are there. We have an entire baker's dozen of Mutalisks, or rather Mutalisks dozen. That's 11 instead of 13. Gonna pick off the Spire, maybe? No, gonna be looking for the drones. Another Scourge connects onto one. And Indo is just not going after anything. Okay, finally folks firing the spawning pool, but here come the counterattack from WorstZerg Bavaria, taking out the drones here. Where is the supply count for Indo going? It's gotta just be in all of the Mutalisks. Potentially a base race situation. Focus firing now onto the spores. There's so many Scourge though. Again, targeting just one. You need to patrol those or something. But oh my god, the supply is equalizing. The drone count is plummeting for Indo. Is this actually going to go the way of WorstZerg? Is this actually going to go the way of WorstZerg Bavaria? Incoming 7 Mutalisks on top of the drones, just holding position, running away. Mutas +2 armor now, +2 armor mutas. Spores everywhere. Indo needs to re-drone, or just go ahead and end it. The lings are in here. There's no sunkens. Okay, this could be the end. The lings are in. Trying to counterattack with the Zerglings. Oh, I love it. He killed off the spawning pool, so then he just goes in. You can't make sunkens. GG is called. Indo takes it. Woo! Indo, the king of tier 3. I hate it. Ban this man. He's a smurf. He's dirty. He beat me. That's why I'm angry. Just no one who beats me as a Zerg player is allowed to continue being here. Minirennac, you're a Protoss, you have an easy race, so yeah, it's fine, but that's okay, that's okay. Well done, Indo. Well done. Dirty C-rank Zerg. God, that was a monster of a game. Okay, do we have anything else on the docket? Are we done after that? We are done with tier 1. We are done with tier 2. Tier 3 is done and dusted. That is everything for King of the Tiers. So let's just go ahead and do a quick review for who our new royalty is. In tier 0, going up to retired, will be Retja. In tier 1, Moving up to tier 0, except the fact we're not actually going to do that. It's just all sarcasm unless the rules are different because I don't understand how this works. Oh, we have earob the Protoss, who has some pretty cool Reaver plays, I will say. On tier 2, I already know the results of this one. I cannot say I'm surprised, but I can say I'm proud. McRibbed! And then, finally, but not finally, tier 3, 100-0, that is a lie, 3-2, iNdo over WorstZerg Bavaria. Screw you, man. You're too good. You're a smurf. You've got your older brother playing for you. He, like, took over the keyboard. You were there in voice, and your older brother was just like, yeah, man, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to go ahead and hit buttons. And, finally, in Tier 4, after a nice little round-robin experience, Pecan in a 3-0 over Melo. So congratulations to all of our royalty. Honestly, thrilling games to watch. I wish I could have done better, but I'm happy to have gotten the chance to yell about games and make everyone around me think that I am absolutely insane. So until next time, ping Manshark if you're bracket 1 or if you think it could have won. He will go over and figure out the scores on it. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, especially those of you on the West Coast who got up super early to play. Thank you, and have a great day.